All right, so today's piece is Morton Feldman's piano piece from 1952. You'll notice it's just a bunch of dotted quarter notes, which are spatially oriented so that the left hand and right hand alternate. Um, yeah, there's not a lot here to go on, really. The only indication here at the beginning is slowly and quietly with all beats equal. Feldman has a number of other pieces, just simply titled Piano Piece. I believe we've already looked at Piano Piece 1955, Piano Piece 1956A, and 1956B. I think it's kind of an interesting. It's interesting that he titled his pieces this way. I think it's sort of like if an abstract expressionist painter was to just name something painting in oil or painting in acrylic, or you know, because there's the medium is there in the title, but nothing else. And just Morton Feldman's name alone should be enough to give you a sense of what the music is gonna sound like, what it's gonna be about. Yeah, it's like, well, there's a range of performances. Some people do it really long. So yeah, why don't I listen to one of the longer ones? Richard P. John does a 8-minute one here. And then I'll get back to you in a minute, let you know what I think. Also, we've been doing a bunch of piano pieces by Morton Feldman from this year. There's a bunch of intermission pieces and also intersection pieces. So it's a big year. It's an important year. It's the year that John Cage wrote 4 minutes and 33 seconds. So I think, yeah, if you're talking about the New York School, maybe consider just doing a whole lecture on 1952. I think it's kind of fascinating how much these composers are producing, and it feels like a real force. So yeah, link to this recording is going to be in the video description today. Okay, I found that pretty relaxing. Gave me some time to be without my thoughts for a bit. And admittedly, I didn't find the score very helpful as a listener. I kind of just laid down today. Yeah, it's very interesting. He's sort of like taking the 12-tone method or this idea of atonal music and then just like making everything equal. Rhythm, dynamics, right? There's not a lot that your mind can grab onto, and it has a very unique sort of feeling that it portrays. Yeah, the other piano pieces are not really like this one. I think it's kind of unique. Um, so yeah, thank you for exploring it with me. I hope you also listened along. The score for tomorrow is going to be an intersection 2. So yeah, that'll be another grid paper piece, kind of like intersection 3. All right, so today's piece is yet another Feldman piano piece. It's called Intersection 2, and it was written in 1952, as far as I know. Sorry, 1951. It's actually dedicated to David Tudor, interestingly enough. And we looked at Intersection 3 a few days ago. This is notated in a very similar way. I would like to direct you to that episode if you want to know, like if you want my sort of raw reaction to this type of piece. The one big difference I'm seeing is Intersection 3 had some squares where there were multiple numbers, whereas this one, it seems to just be one number per square. And this one's even faster. The square is equal to 158 beats per minute, so 158 of these squares pass by in a minute. So This page is less than a minute long. We have the same program note here that we saw in intersection 3 with a different metronome indication. Each system is notated vertically as regards to pitch, so high, middle, low, and then the numbers indicate how many keys one plays in said register. Where there are two numbers for one register, any part of the register can be used. Okay, so maybe that does happen in this one. I'm not seeing it. But yeah, I think it's just the same program note. Any dynamic, any rhythmic entrance within a beat that you want. Sustained sounds once played must be held to the end of the notated duration. So you'll see some of these boxes are more like rectangles. Like in beat 12, you have 4 notes in the lower register, which last 5 beats. Keep in mind that 5 beats is still very short. There's not a lot of flexibility here for like playing rhythmically because it's very fast. Yeah, and you sort of have to like figure out how many of your digits to use. If there's more than 10 in a given column, right? You got to use more than your 10 fingers, so you got to like distribute yourself around the piano within a beat kind of thing. This one seems quite a bit longer, actually. It's over 1300 beats, whereas intersection 3 was more like, I don't know, 4000 beat or sorry, 400 beats or something. So it's like going to be twice as long and it's going to be really intense. There's some diamond notes as well, which is not explained. I'm assuming that is notes which are depressed silently. And then you even have other things going on which aren't explained. Let's see. Okay, towards the end you do get 2 numbers in 1 square. 5 and 2, for example, in beat 1023. And here, okay, interesting, we have 12 notes in 1 square in a single beat, and he says, with elbow. So don't break that beat into 2 parts, just hit it with your forearm, basically. Your whole forearm will have to play that one. Really intense, like to do that quickly. Uh, then towards the end, we actually get some tempo changes. So here he says square equals 198, square equals 172, square equals 276, square equals 176, all in the span of less than 100 squares, and in a section that is mostly silence. So really, really weird. He's just doing incredibly weird shit towards the end of this piece. It's kind of funny. Like it's kind of fun. I think that's one thing I'm noticing about Feldman's early work is there's like a sense of humor, like a really dry humor to it. It's like kind of ridiculous in its demands and presentation. And I think that's sort of the spirit of his grid paper stuff, honestly. So, yeah, I think I have an idea of what this one will sound like. I'm intrigued. I think it's gonna take a lot out of the performer. So, yeah, let's just get into it. Hopefully, I can find a good recording. If you want to know what I'm listening to, it's in the video description. So, yeah. Okay, so my immediate thoughts. I thought it was really interesting to see how the composer used the greater duration of this piece and did more with time. Because with intersection 3, it was very busy and more of a showpiece, whereas this felt almost like a little sonata or something. There was just like one episode after another of things happening, and a lot of it seemed very theatrical and kind of funny. But it's interesting. Some of the stuff I'm seeing here is also in his conventionally notated music. Like, for example, we have this page with some of the beats cut in half here. You can kind of see he has the left hand articulating something in the right hand. And that's something we see in his piano 1974 or whatever it's called, and we also see it in one of his intermissions. I can't remember which one, but he does it with like grace notes and regular note values. So that's kind of cool. Also, I noticed like the stuff he was doing with resonance reminded me of another intermission thing, like these silently depressed keys. He has a whole intermission that's like focused on, like there's a whole staff devoted to depressed keys. So it kind of reminded me of that. And I thought it was really funny how when he first introduced the silently depressed keys, they're just like, well, it's just like one beat, kind of like what you're seeing here. And they, so like you have to imagine the pianist would just be quickly playing them silently and then moving on to everything else. And it's like, it looks so infuriating. I just find it really funny. Another moment I thought was really fun was when he starts introducing like all three registers at the same time. I think, well, it's happening here kind of, but you get this one moment around beat 830 where you have these long held chords and then one note in all three registers twice. And I don't know, I just like immediately was like, oh, I would hate to sight read that as a pianist. That sucks. Um, so yeah, it throws you some curveballs, and I think it does pretty much everything you would want to do with this grid paper idea. You know, like there's not much else you could do with it. He's really sort of covered everything. Uh, so yeah, I think it's cool. Hard to believe it was in 1951 he was doing this stuff. I mean, that's like almost 75 years ago. It is 75 years ago, I think. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look up what's next here. I don't know when I'm gonna find time to do this tomorrow, but I think the next piece is his nature pieces, also from 1951. All right, so today I'm going to be looking at Morton Feldman's nature pieces for piano, which he wrote in 1951. Of all of his piano pieces that I know of from the early 1950s, this is the most interesting title. Um, and I like the presentation of it on the first page. I don't know if that's what his manuscript looked like. I imagine so. He asks for the performer to play as soft as possible, which is kind of interesting for a piece so early in his output. Um, One interesting thing about this piece is it's very fast. Each measure is 92, right? And it's all kind of like quarter notes, which reminds me of another composer we've looked at on the channel, Galina Ostvolskaya, who was also doing, like, her mature style was starting around this time, oddly enough. Um, there's also multi-measure rests that happen because it's going at such a clip. Yeah, lots of them. In the first piece. Then the second piece is much slower, quarter equals 92. We have a lot of sustained chords. Piece number 3, we're back to the really fast stuff, this time in 5/8 instead of 5/4. And then piece 4 looks like it's slower again and shorter. It's also in 3/8. Kind of interesting. And then piece 5 is also very different looking. It's got these huge clustery chords, alternating hands, and super high pitches. It might just be a repeating pitch that's very high. So yeah, these pieces look very contrasting and dynamic, something that I'm not used to seeing in Feldman's work. And they make interesting use of like conventional music notation. That's not something unique to this piece. Feldman does that a lot. He always does weird things. Like this piece, for example, the fifth one starts with 3 measures of rest, and then you just have this giant thing that's repeated twice. So I'm expecting, yeah, weird things like that that pose challenges to the performer. Like you have to think about what you actually want to convey. Um, yeah, maybe there is some background on these. Yeah, I'm not finding too much about this, so I think it might just be better to jump into them. Yeah, link to the recording I'm listening to is going to be in the video description as always, and I'm not even sure how long these are. Okay, it's pretty long actually. It's like 15 minutes of music. So, yeah, I may as well just jump into it, and I'll let you know my thoughts in a little bit here. I think I may have come across this piece once before on YouTube, but I don't think I've ever listened to them all in a row like this. So, yeah, uh, I encourage you to take the same opportunity to just like listen to these and um, like sort of complete our quest to listen to all of Feldman's piano music here. Okay, yeah, so these pieces are really out there and really cool. Um, it's really refreshing to hear just fast music from Morton Feldman because most of his music's slow, and I also like the dynamic contrasts you get in the fifth movement and the second movement, for example. Um, yeah, they're all very creative, and a couple things that I just sort of off the top of my head found really inspiring. First of all, the use of multi-measure rests in sections of fast music, really cool. I've never seen that in a solo instrument score before. Here it's really an elegant notation and it works, and it sort of asks the performer to deal with time and space in a different way. He goes really crazy with it at the end of the first movement, as you can kind of see here. And this sort of ending where he gets fixated on one thing and it kind of loops. It sort of is the way he ends the first movement, second movement, and third movement. So yeah, it does the job, I guess. I would say another thing that was really inspiring was this sort of like 5 movement form where the first 3 movements are all very long, and then the last 2 are almost anecdotal, like little extra ideas. So, like movements 4 and 5 are very short and kind of out of nowhere. They hit you, and they're just like these sort of little palate cleansing, nice things at the end. I would say the fourth movement is my favorite. I think it's a really fascinating piece of Feldman's work. It's like almost all white keys except for a single E flat and a couple B flats. Or no, this is also a B flat. So yeah, so it's pretty much just 9 notes of the chromatic scale.
whereas the rest of this piece, all of these other pieces are chromatic, obviously, and it just sounds very like tonal all of a sudden, or modal, and it sounds like something that would be really good on harp, almost kind of folkloric, and I think it must be like a minute long or something. It's so short, um, and just really pretty. The fifth movement also is kind of fun. It's unlike anything else in the suite, but it is kind of as chromatic as the first three. And it's very blocky. You can kind of see how it may have been composed in a similar way to the other movements. Overall, I think these pieces really showcase a unique composer voice, and I don't know why they don't get talked about more because, yeah, they are really, really interesting for something from 1951. I think I downloaded all of these off of Scribd, by the way. Like, just some afternoon, I felt compelled to download a bunch of them. Yeah, we still have to listen to his two intermissions from 1950, but I think that's it for Feldman for the series. So, yeah, it's really been a real treat so far. Tomorrow I'm listening to a very short piece, but it's our first piece by French composer Henri Dutilleux. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that composer, and might end up being a longer video depending on how much I dig up from Wikipedia. So yeah, definitely tune into that.
All right, so today's piece is Blackbird by French composer Henri Dutilleux. Dutilleux composed this piece in 1950, and it's quite old in terms of his output. I think it might be older than his Opus 1. I don't know if he's rescinded this piece or not, or if it is technically in his catalog. But it's a very popular work. It's a short little piano piece of about 2 minutes, and it fits onto 3 pages very nicely. And I don't think I've ever heard it before, to be honest. So Dutilleux's style at this point, I think, was more tonal, and then his style gradually got more kind of like modal and not modernist, but like maybe something you'd more associate with the work of like Olivier Messiaen or uh, like Debussy or Ravel. Yeah, before I get too deep into it, I'm just gonna pull up Dutilleux's bio so we can talk about him with a little bit of like extra info. Because this is our first episode on him. I don't have very many of his scores, so it might be the only episode on him. He's kind of like a mid to late 20th century. Born in 1916, died in 2013. Um, so I guess he's a little bit younger than Messiaen. Yeah, so about 8 years younger than Messiaen, and his career would have overlapped a lot also with Pierre Boulez's. So these are like the big French names in contemporary music. Yeah, so in 1933 he started studying at the Paris Conservatory under Henri Bousser, I guess, Jean Gallon, Noël Gallon, Philippe Gobert, and Marc Emmanuel. Uh, and then he won the Prix de Rome in 1938. I guess this was the first one with this cantata called L'Année du Roi. I guess it's not really performed that much. He, I think he had to leave. He had to end that tenure early because of World War II.
During World War II, he joined the National Front of Musicians and took on the duties of chorus master at the Paris Opera for a few months before he worked for the French radio broadcasting. That was a big job of his at RDF. In the 60s, he started to devote his life entirely to composition. So that's sort of when his career started to take off, at least enough that he could support himself. Married to pianist Geneviève Joy in 1946. So that was shortly before composing this piece. Maybe he wrote this for her, I'm not sure. Yeah, so he didn't really like what Boulez was doing in contemporary music, or like he never really sided with the atonal sort of movement in France. And he always affirmed that his music was modal, at least. So here's a quote that might be of interest. In my music, there are many references to this notion of hierarchy through the use of pivotal tones, pedals, of obsessive sounds, chord themes that indicate that I cannot deprive myself of the contribution of a certain polarization. I don't think I'll ever become a 12-tone speaker. So yeah, that's sort of interesting. Maybe a little bit more conservative than Messiaen even in his writing. If you look at his output, I think his really big breakthrough piece is Métabole, which was written in 1965. That's a piece of his that I'm most familiar with. I also, for a class in my master's, I orchestrated his string quartet, Ainsi la Nuit, 1977. And that was really fun to orchestrate. I think it sort of revealed to me that all of his writing is very orchestral. He has a really good sense of the orchestra. His solo cello piece, I know of this piece because it's dedicated to Sacher, the tribute to Paul Sacher. This was part of a larger commissioning project in 1976 from several different composers. I think there's a famous Boulez piece that was written for it. Is that the Message Squeeze for 7 cellos? Dutilleux has this nice little piece for solo cello, which I really highly recommend. And yeah, those are sort of the big ones I know. He's worked with a lot of notable soloists, so he has some pretty big concerti. If you think of him as a figure, I like to think of sort of big French composers in pairs. So you have like the Ravel Debussy pair, where Debussy is clearly the more original composer, but Ravel is a very beautiful crystalline way of working with Debussy's ideas. I kind of see Messiaen and Dutilleux in a similar way, where Dutilleux did not have nearly the same output as Messiaen and was not nearly as fertile with like original ideas, but he had a very like unique way of working with modes that is very indebted to Messiaen. And he's also the younger of the two. So yeah, sort of an interesting figure. He's kind of like a not quite a post-war composer, even though like his career took off at that point. He's already quite old, so um, yeah, lots of his career is just like made up of this or that commission when he was in his, I guess, like 40s and 50s and 60s. So yeah, let's have a listen to Blackbird. I'll put a link to the recording in the video description. It's not a very long listen today, even though I have had a big preamble. So I encourage you to just take a couple minutes to listen to it. and we will meet back here, and I'll let you know what I think.
Nice. Yeah, so this is a very cute piece to start my day with, and feels very effortless, clearly expertly composed. Uh, Not very complicated, just like 2 and 3 part writing. And it sounds very French, has a little bit of modal flavor that reminds me of Messiaen, but it doesn't really sound like Messiaen, so it sounds more like Ravel, honestly, than anything. Not a bad introduction to his music, although I don't think uh, he really was a fan of this style of his uh, by the time he was successful. So I have one other piece of his, which is for 2 pianos, which is a little bit more of his mature style. Hopefully, we can eventually get to that on the channel. If not, I just will have to encourage you to listen to his later stuff because it's really out there, and especially his orchestra works are very well performed and recorded. So, maybe listen to Metabole or something. All right, so today's piece is Morton Feldman's Two Intermissions for Piano from 1950. I was going to listen to a Carlos Chavez piece also from 1950, but there's no recording that I could find of it online. So instead, we're going to look at these. I don't think I'm going to have any trouble finding a recording of these. They're both 1 page, and like all of the other early Morton Feldman piano stuff we've been looking at, this is like from some volume of works by Edition Peters, published in the 1960s. Um, like a few other pieces of Feldman we've looked at, this is in triple meter, even though it's not very metric. We have lots of measures that are just rests or have very little rhythmic information. Um, but yeah, this is in 3/8, as is the second one. And just looking at what stands out about these, they're both slow and softly played. They don't look very different from the stuff he was writing at the time. Like he has a series simply called Piano Pieces. I think in general, the intermissions have been uh, more playful with notation and rests and the use of silence. And generally, they're shorter, although intermission 6 is long. All the other intermissions have been very short, and most of them are 1 page long. So this is sort of where it all started. He wrote these 2 piano pieces that are very short and sparse. And oddly enough, they're both in 3/8. Uh, Nothing notationally seems very strange. There's the occasional, there's like one grace note that's hanging in the air, and for the most part, it's pretty rhythmic. There's only one fermata in the first movement. Uh, yeah, I don't have much to say about these, but I'm excited to see where the series started since we've listened to all the other ones at this point. So, yeah, I'll let you know what I think. I encourage you to click on the link in the video description and listen to this for yourself. If this is your introduction to Feldman's music, I encourage you to find my Morton Feldman playlist on my channel, as I've covered almost all of his piano music and a few of his orchestra pieces and one percussion piece, I guess. Maybe just the one orchestra piece, actually, but yeah, it is a rapidly growing part of my channel. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, my thoughts on these 2 intermissions. They're not very different from his other intermissions. It's a similar style. One thing I am noticing, which I haven't noticed before, is pretty much every line of music is the same like number of measures, and these measures are very like rigid and the same size, so it kind of gives you the impression of like a grid. Right. So the first intermission here is 6 measures per line, and then the next one is 4 measures per line. And in the second one, I noticed that he had this like sort of pattern going on where he ended on a complete chord in measure 4 of each of these lines. And then he sort of placed notes like somewhere else in the other 3 measures, right? So this one you have two chord and a single note. Then the next line you get a dyad and another note, but they're both short. This line you just get one note, and then the last line you get just one chord. So he's like mixing it up here, but they all end with this like long note. I just thought that was interesting, and I think it kind of revealed something about the way he composed them. He probably had to make this grid of measures, and then he fit notes and chords to them. So it's very visual. He's very, very much thinking about like where the music is spatially, uh, like how you hear it in space and time, and also how you see it on the page. I think that's sort of might be what Feldman was thinking with these, and that might be what sort of distinguishes the intermission series from other piano pieces he was working on, was this sort of like constant preoccupation with like the bar line and measure, because some other intermissions don't have any bar lines at all, and the last intermission has actually just fragments of music which are loosely played. So I don't know. It feels like they have some sort of preoccupation with just like compartmentalizing different bits of music on the page, and yeah. So that's my thoughts on the whole intermission series, having listened to it all reverse chronologically. If you disagree with that reading, or you have like more information on them, by all means, let me know. I'm just sort of really struggling to see how they are distinct from his piano pieces. Because he wrote a lot of piano, like a lot of pieces under that title at around the same time. So, and those are all for piano, obviously. These are all for piano. So, yeah, that's my thought on that. Um, we're listening to a different composer tomorrow. Yeah, it's a Copland piece. This might be a physical score I have, so maybe we'll have more of a low-key episode tomorrow. And yeah, thank you for joining me. I hope you've all been enjoying the Morton Feldman stuff from the early 1950s. Today I'm going to be listening to another piano piece. This one is actually a collection of piano pieces by Aaron Copland called Four Piano Blues, the latest of which was written in 1948. I think the whole collection might have been published a little bit later. This is what the Boozy and Hawks version looks like. When I purchased this for myself to play, it only cost $11. Gives you a sense of how old I am. Yeah, my piano teacher was really keen on me learning one of these. And I guess I've just sort of had the collection ever since, and I've never really taken the time to just listen to them all, or to like appreciate their place in history or what they meant to the composer. This is our first Aaron Copland episode, so I am going to talk a little bit about him. And these are also dedicated to a number of different people who I would like to research. So the first blues is for Leo Smit. It's Tempo indication is freely poetic. It's about 3 pages. Yeah, like I suspected, Aaron Copland published this in 1949. And then the second one is dedicated to Andor Foldes. Yeah. Marked soft and languid. Oh yeah, they also have years. So this one was written in 1934. The first one, it looks like it was written in 1947. So they're not chronological. They're just sort of assembled. The third one was the one that I tried to work on. You can see this was like back when I struggled to even read notes. Well, I guess this isn't evidence I was struggling to read. This is more like my piano teacher forced me to analyze the chords, like that even mattered. Now I've done enough composition to realize this is like very like unnecessary to play the piece, because clearly Copland would have just been thinking with voice leading and using his ear. But yeah, this one's dedicated to William Capell, and it's only 2 pages. It was written in 1948. Must be the latest one. And the fourth one is the oldest. It's for John Kirkpatrick, and it's from 1926. So normally on this channel, I also talk about the dedicatees. I've never had 4 dedicatees in a single piece before, so it's going to be a long one. But there you go. It looks like this was a part of a collection released in the year 2000 that has something to do with Copland. I mean, I would assume all of these scores had this caricature of him on them as well. Okay, so I'm just going to read out some of the Wikipedia for you here, so you get a sense of where these pieces came from. So the first 2 pieces were written in 1926 as separate movements of an incomplete suite for piano titled 5 Sentimental Melodies, and this work was largely drawn from other melodies extracted from Copland's piano concerto. Copland published the first blues and left blues number 2 unpublished. The other piece was entitled Homage, which he revised again in 1934. So that's why that movement had the 1934 date, not 1926. And then the other 2 pieces, which sort of bracket it, as we observed, like movements 1 and 4, are the basis for some of the melodies in his clarinet concerto, which was completed a year later, or what was completed in 48. And then, yeah, he revised them, published them under Debussy and Hawks in 49. And yeah, I think this Wikipedia has a link to each of the dedicatees, so why don't we start there, and then I'll give a little bio of Aaron Copland as best as I can. So Leo Smit was an American composer and pianist, born in 1921, died in 1999, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he performed a great deal of Copland's music, it looks like. Andor Foldes was a Hungarian pianist born in Budapest who later took up American citizenship. He was born in 1913 and died in 1992. And his debut was the Mozart Concerto with the Budapest Philharmonic. And he's won a number of awards, and he wrote some interesting books, it looks like the Keys to the Keyboard, a book for pianists with explanatory music. And he published a number of other things in the Musical Quarterly, Etude magazine. He published a couple pieces on Bartók and Kodály in Tempo back in the 1950s. So interesting guy. Looks like a little bit more decorated than Leo. William Capell is even younger than the other 2 pianists. He was born in 1922, but he died very young in 1953, so in his 30s. He was an American classical pianist, and I guess there's not much to say about him because he died so young. Was born in New York. I assume he was based there most of his career, and very decorated even by the time he died. I guess it looks like he suffered from asthma and rheumatic fever throughout his life and had a serious lung condition. Towards the end of his life, he toured Australia, giving 37 concerts in 14 weeks. I should also mention that the previous guy, William Capell, would have still been alive when Copland published these, dying 4 years later. So that's kind of interesting historical footnote. John Kirkpatrick is the oldest pianist on the list. He was also a music scholar who championed the works of Ives, Copland, Ruggles, and Roy Harris. And he gave the first public performance of Ives' Concord Sonata. His dates are 1905 to 1991. So interestingly, like this volume of pieces was sort of like a republishing of them in 2000. All of these dedicatees and Copland were dead at this point, I'm pretty sure. Let me see if Copland outlived all of them. But Copland did not outlive all of these pianists. He died in 1990, and he was born in 1900. So it makes sense that there would be this like anniversary of his birth kind of issuing of scores in 2000. He was a composer, critic, writer, teacher, pianist, and he conducted his own music. All of you probably are familiar with Appalachian Spring. He's probably, and Fanfare for the Common Man. He's probably most known for writing those two pieces. He first studied with Ruben Goldmark, but then traveled to Paris, where he studied with Isidore Philipp and Paul Vidal and Nadia Boulanger. So he was part of that sort of generation of American composers who studied with Nadia. He at first composed in a modernist style. I think he has some piano variations or something that are 12-tone or atonal, if I remember. But I think he pivoted during the Great Depression for obvious reasons, like writing in this modernist style was not profitable anymore. And he pivoted into his signature style, which is heavily influenced by Carlos Chavez. We've covered Carlos Chavez on the channel before, and I wasn't familiar with Chavez's music, but after hearing it, it was very apparent to me that Copland actually is like very indebted to him and kind of derivative of him. And I think what drew Copland to these Mexican realist composers was political beliefs. He was a communist. I don't know where I'm going to find that in the Wikipedia article, but that's a very important part of his character. Is he's a communist person who was trying to write Americana, and obviously that's his like political message has not been communicated through his music because it just sort of has come to represent any other American belief. Okay, so he did do some serial stuff in the post-war period after publishing these pieces even. So he did some 12-tone stuff in his piano quartet, his piano fantasy, and his connotations for orchestra, and also his inscape for orchestra. But he didn't use his tone rows in the traditional sense. I think he sort of just had a more idiosyncratic way of using them. Okay, so he never enrolled in any political party, but had generally progressive ties. And yeah, it was very sympathetic to socialists. So maybe my categorization as a communist is off, but I don't know. I think a lot of composers around that time were communist, and it wasn't a particularly like controversial thing before the Cold War. So yeah, so I think my preconception of him was a little bit off. I thought he sort of like started 12 tone and then went tonal, but it was actually sort of like a back and forth. Like he went into his serial period in the post-war period, and then abandoned it. And before that, he was doing the populist stuff. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's about all I have to say, I think, about him and the dedicatees in this piece. Seems like an interesting collection, and you know, it's something that as a young pianist I didn't think about, like I didn't even really understand why I was playing it, and I just was doing what my teacher was telling me. Hopefully, if you are learning these, this video can help sort of alleviate that student-teacher dynamic, and help you sort of take learning into your own hands. And yeah, I'm going to have a listen to them as a set and try to really appreciate them today, and I'll let you know what I think. So, and don't feel like you have to subscribe to any of my opinions, obviously. Recording is in the video description, and I'll see you in a little bit. All right, so my thoughts on this. Keep in mind that I am just doing this first thing in the morning, just listening to this. It's really nice to have with my coffee, honestly. It's just kind of very light music, honestly. I was sort of wrong about the order of pieces. I somehow got in my head that the two newer blues were 1 and 4, when actually they're 1 and 3. So it has this interesting form where you have like a newer piece and then an older piece, newer piece, older piece. The two newer ones that were written around the same time are, I think, the more mature pieces. They have like a more singular idea, and they're kind of like monothematic. Whereas the older ones are more like all over the place. They have a bunch of different themes and ideas. They're also more bluesy, I think, and more in the spirit of like blues music for classical piano. They're almost like little like preludes. I don't know if I'd call them songs without words or anything, because the ideas themselves are not that substantial. They're just very short little melodic ideas and figurations. But just glancing back through the score here, I do think the first movement is my favorite. It made me really think about the piano as like a melody instrument. And every time I heard the melody come back, I was imagining a different like orchestral arrangement of it, a different instrument that could play it. And something about the first movement just sounds very orchestral, and it begs to be arranged for a larger ensemble. And I think that's a very powerful ability that I don't have as a composer, and I kind of admire. And it's no doubt due to his like formal education in Paris that he's able to write piano music that sounds so orchestral. So that's actually a general observation too. The newer ones sound like they could work for other instrumentations, whereas the older ones sound like just they're for piano. It's hard to imagine them for anything other than piano. So maybe more idiomatic, but also not as inspiring, in my opinion. So that does it for Copland. This might be our only Copland episode, so I hope you enjoyed it. And if you're a fan of his music, tell me what to get into, because I've always been meaning to like explore it. So yeah, that'll be that. And then as we continue into the 1940s, let me just figure out what the next piece is here. Okay, yeah, so we have a variety of things in the 1940s piano repertoire, but the next one that's up is this John Cage piece called Dream, which
will be our third piece by John Cage, and we'll sort of make a nice little start of a John Cage playlist, I think.
Today I'm listening to this piece by American composer John Cage called Dream. He wrote it for solo piano in 1948. And I've always admired this piece because it sounds, I find it sounds very modern, in sort of the way that Satie sounds modern to this day, you know. I think if you shared this with students, they would have a hard time guessing what decade it's from. But yeah, this thing was written like very shortly after World War II ended in America. It would have been after John Cage studied with Arnold Schoenberg and Henri Cowell, and I don't know if he's based in New York at this point. This is before sort of his chance period, right? So like 1951, he started really using chance procedures seriously. I think it's around the same time as his prepared piano stuff, and definitely after his percussion work. Maybe it is around the same time as his suite for toy piano. Yeah, it's sort of like all on one staff, and you pedal throughout the entire piece, and it's sort of just conventionally notated that way. Okay, yeah, so he was working with Merce Cunningham, the choreographer, at this point, and this piece was written for dance, so that might give you a sense of the, you know, time and place it was written. I'm going to listen to it myself here. It's about 9 minutes, actually. Must have a lot of repeats. I guess, yeah, you repeat it 3 times. And yeah, I'll let you know what I think on this listen. I haven't listened to this in a really long time. And recording in the video description. I encourage you to listen to it as well. That's the whole point of this channel, is to give you something to listen to every day or every other day, and like talk you through it, basically. All right, so this was a really relaxing listen. I forgot how many different parts the piece had. It actually does have a lot of different things happening one after another. But obviously the unifying thing there is this mode that it's written in, and the fact that we have all these repetitions to deal with. It's like 3 minutes of music, then happens again and again, which I guess you could say the piece is dreamlike, but also it makes me think like, well, I've not had a lot of dreams where I'm stuck in a cycle where I do something exactly the same 3 times. Usually dreams, for me at least, are like very like one thing after another. So I guess it just the title alone and the choice to have these repetitions sort of like poses a problem for the listener to reconcile. And also, I guess if you were to mount it as a dance work, gives the choreographer almost a task to deal with. How do you keep it moving forward, or do you like go with that repetition idea? Or yeah, some details which I could have done a better job of talking about before listening. There's this performance note at the beginning, always with resonance, no silence. Tones may feel sustained manually or with pedal beyond notated durations. I think the performer in this recording does a good job of stretching out some of these longer tones, especially at the beginning. But it's even more general than that. You could actually do that at any point in a performance of the piece. And I guess the pedaling is free. I was wrong. So the ending of it, you do have to hold the pedal down all the way through. But in the sort of first 2 minutes of the idea, you can pedal wherever you want. I think the performer made a big deal out of like lifting the pedal at these moments where you have short little chords and that followed by rests.
right? So the rest sort of direct you to lift the pedal in a certain way, but that's also pretty free. Um, Also, it's all pianissimo and una corda the whole time, which gives the piano this sort of like harp-like um, sound quality to it, where you can't really place the attack so much as like it's about the same volume as the sustain. And one really interesting detail, if you look at the endings of each section, um, he dips down into the lower register, and the first two are the same. He just repeats this three chord phrase twice. And then on the last one, he repeats the three chord phrase. But then he asks the performer to depress this chord, which is the second chord, silently. I don't know if my face is blocking it, but like you can see diamond note heads here probably. So yeah, basically that chord has to be depressed silently, and then you lift the pedal so that only the B flat, D, and E are sustaining. Um, So that's a detail that you probably won't hear in a performance hall, but as a performer, it directs you to listen to something very um, like tiny and almost seemingly insignificant, and I think that has a dreamlike quality to it, just asking the performer to suddenly redirect their attention to something that has not been a feature of the piece at all. So yeah, tomorrow we have our second Lou Harrison piece, which will be interesting. It's called Homage Mio, and it's from 1948. The last Lou Harrison piano piece we listened to was also a homage, but to Henry Cowell. So that's going to be an interesting diptych.
Okay, so today's piece is by American composer Lou Harrison, and it's a tiny little piece for um, piano called Homage to Mio. It's just a single page and it's marked Allegro Moderato. I think the recording today is under a minute long. It's like 47 seconds or something. And, some surface observations. It's kind of like three-part counterpoint. The bass line is either moving in half notes or quarter notes, and also it leaves the music for a little while in the middle. You have no bass line for a bit, and then you kind of have two lines on either end, like two upper voices, and then the top voice seems to be the most elaborate. It usually gets the 16th notes and things. It's switching meters a lot, which is kind of interesting. Like it looks rhythmically interesting. Mio is a French composer and conductor. I'll just like give a very brief bio because I don't think we're gonna really touch on his music in other uh, parts of the channel. I don't think I have any of his scores. So yeah, he was like a member of Les Six, George Auric, Louis Dury, Arthur Honegger, Francis Poulenc, and Germain Taillefer. I think I could only name. If you put me on the spot, I would probably only be able to name Mio, Honegger, and Poulenc. But yeah, those are the six. Lou Harrison was born around the turn of the century. He would have probably been exposed to Mio's music at the peak of his fame in the 1920s. And this piece he wrote in the 1940s, I think, like 1947, 48 or something. And by that point, Mio was still alive, probably not that old, actually. He would have been in his 50s himself. So, actually contemporaneous, oddly enough, when you think about it. Recording is in the video description. Okay, so that was really pleasant and pretty crunchy. The melody's super catchy, uh, and it's like a little 3-bar thing. And it moves very smoothly to the B section. It's kind of weird. He like has this clear setting up for like a modulation to the dominant.
with this ascending scale in the bass with the C sharp. But then he cancels out the C sharp immediately thereafter, right? We get C naturals for the rest of the middle section, and then we get a C sharp at the end again briefly. So it's there's very tonal like it's very the tonality is very ambiguous, I find, in these four measures, I guess. Measures 8, 9, 10, and 11. And that's our B section. Then we just go straight back into the G major sounding stuff. Lots of weird dissonances, but the only there seem to be a lot of steps, right? Like the melody seems to be the kind of leapiest thing. I don't know what would possess someone to write something so short. I guess it was probably like a exercise for him as a composer to try and imitate Milhaud's style, or maybe he just came up with this melody and it reminded him of Milhaud and he thought it was funny. Um, so yeah, I encourage you to look at our other Lou Harrison episode because I do talk about Harrison's bio and I think he's kind of a fascinating figure. Today I'm going to be listening to Two Woofs by American composer Henry Cowell. As far as I know, this piece, or this pair of pieces rather, were written in 1947. If I'm wrong, I'll just put the date up here. And the way these look on the page, they both have a really simple form. Like you play all the way through, and then you go from the top to a DC coda kind of thing, right? Or sorry, like, yeah. There's a DC L coda in both of them, basically. And that sort of creates, I guess, a ABA form. We have some chromatic planing with some triads at the beginning, which kind of looks interesting. And the first one very much seems to have like a melody in the left hand, everything's in treble clef and kind of up high. Whereas the second one, it's more of a two-part invention kind of thing that explores the whole, well, not the whole range of the piano, but like a decent range of the piano, like a normal range. It is on ear cam, but there's no info, I think. Oh, and it's actually 1928. I fucked it. Yeah, Carl Fisher has a little write up here. These two still fresh little gems remind us that Cowell was an American genius whose greatest genius was as a miniaturist, enjoyable, challenging, but not too, and definite proof to anyone still afraid of 20th century music that its bark is worse than its bite. For studios, college, conservatory, professional, amateur, medium. Well, isn't that a cute little description? I guess since this was the late 20s, Cowell was not yet incarcerated. Yeah, he was imprisoned quite a bit later, 1936. So the yeah, this would definitely be his earlier period. It might even be sort of like his like the period where he was like first touring and gaining a lot of notoriety. So yeah, sorry I did this one a bit early, but maybe it'll break up the piano series a little bit because towards the end of this series, we're just gonna do a bunch of Cowell pieces back to back. So here's a little like taste of that. Recordings in the video description for this one today, and I'll let you know my thoughts. I'll try to be quick because I actually have a concert to go to tonight, and I'm just trying to do this and like bang this video out in half an hour here. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. So these flew by. They're both like a minute long, and I like the way they both loop. I think that's sort of like the challenge of setting up this little form for yourself, as you have to make it loop very smoothly. I mean, you don't have to, but that's what Cowell managed to do. And I think both of them are really good examples of like polytonality. They're super chromatic and they have this sort of like dissonant flair to them that feels very like early 20th century. Really reminds me of Charles Ives, but maybe a little bit more crystallized. And yeah, they both look like a lot of fun. And the texture in the first one is pretty interesting. I like this sort of like emergence of a third voice. And you get the offbeats, but it's all above the melody. Like it's very very kind of like backwards land melody and accompaniment, and the final chord is really nice too. I think I do like the first one a lot more than the second one.
So today I'm going to be listening to the piano works of Theodor W. Adorno. Adorno, my bad. I've been kind of reading it wrong in my head for years, I guess. Yeah, so these are his piano pieces. I have them in one volume, so I'm probably just gonna go through all of them today. He has his piano piece from 1920, his piano piece from 1921, and then three piano pieces for Maria Proels from 1924. PKB, Eine kleine Kindersuite. I'm not sure what the PKB stands for. That one's from 1933. Then three short piano pieces, 1934 and 1945. And then three piano pieces, 1927 and 1945. I guess we can just look at the first little bit of each one. There might be some other dedicatees hiding in there. But yeah, this is how the first one starts. This is how the second one starts. And then the three pieces for Marina Proels. First one looks like this. Second one starts like this. Third one starts like this. The Eine kleine Kindersuite is a little bit different looking, like they're much shorter. And they have ornate titles, so let me translate these actually. Okay, the first one is called Only I Can Say Klein Gavlin, written in November 23rd, 1933. The second one is written 2 days later, and it's just 3 lines of music. Okay, the second movement is called I am the bouncing little horse. I am the hot-headed horse with a button in its ear. I hope that's accurate. The third one's much longer. It's written also on the 24th of November. Yeah, this one is called Bite Off Ted's Little Orchid, Basso Ostinato. The fourth one is a theme and variation, so it's quite long. And each variation has a little thing to it. It was written in December 1933. Let me translate each of these. So the first, like the title of the whole movement is, the title of the whole thing is Little Jitty and Little Gavlin. I guess these are names of people. Variations on Your Life, I guess. This first variation, I think, translates to ampersand, or sorry, ellipses and on the stomach in brackets. Variation 2 is just titled Landler, and then variation 3 is titled Jitty and Gavlin as Tristan und Isolde. So I guess this is like a girl and a boy, like some children pretending to be lovers, is variation 3. This one is called, like variation 4 is called Also Brahms Attended the PKB, and it's in minor. The fifth variation just has more of a tempo indication, molto vivace e capriccioso. And then the sixth variation, this variation is called Small Fireworks in honor of Debussy's. So that's kind of interesting. It's the flashiest one. And then the seventh and final, or not the final one, the seventh variation is called Heart Sounds, and it's very short. It's like two lines, 8 measures.
And variation 8. Yes, this last one's called Somewhat Solemn Canon on the Piece of the PKB. Coda is called Gavlin's Epilogue. So I have no idea who these characters are supposed to be or what PKB represents. It seems to be like a place. Maybe there's like some political or historical context here that I'm missing. But yeah, those are all the titles associated with this one, which seems really interesting because it's like a bunch of miniatures, not like the other piano pieces. Then we have 3 Klavierstück from 1934/1945. The 3 little piano pieces, I should say. First one was 1934 in Berlin. Second one was written 1934 Berlin, and the third one was written in, I'm assuming, 1945. There's no date. Okay. And then we have finally the 3 Klavierstück from 1927/1945. First movement is Adagietto, Homage à Bizet. The second one is Die Böhmischen Terzen, the Bohemian Thirds. It's an interesting title. These are like, he's really flowery with his titles. This one was written in 1945, and then the third one is Valsette, which is not given a date. And then we have this afterword in my PDF, which is all in German. I'm not really going to translate it, but I guess this would probably explain the origins of a lot of these pieces. I'm going to go over Adorno's biography, so you know who this man is. And I'm also going to talk about this dedicatee, Maria Proels, which the 1924 pieces were dedicated to. So yeah, Theodor Adorno is much more famous as a philosopher. He's not really famous as a composer. So it's interesting that we have all these piano pieces of his published. He was born in 1903, died in 1969. He was also a musicologist, and I think if you are a composer, you probably have had to read his critique of jazz or maybe his critique of Stravinsky. He was much more in favor of the Second Viennese School and Arnold Schoenberg. And he was also a social theorist. I think he was a Marxist. He studied composition with Alban Berg, influenced by his early admiration for the music of Arnold Schoenberg. He was committed to avant-garde music, which formed the backdrop of his subsequent writings, leading to his collaboration with Thomas Mann on the latter's novel Dr. Faustus of 1947. The two men lived in California as exiles during the Second World War. He collaborated on influential studies of authoritarianism, anti-Semitism, and propaganda that would later serve as models for sociological studies the Institute carried out in post-war Germany. The Institute being the Institute for Social Research in University of Frankfurt. He was involved in the reconstruction of German intellectual life after returning to Frankfurt after the war. And yeah, basically, if you want to understand the politics of the post-war avant-garde in music, this is the guy to really get to know, and his writings. Yeah, it's sort of I think very important to know what the sort of cultural and political capital was that these composers had, like Schoenberg, for example. So I guess he would have gotten to know Berg in 1924, which is before he composed most of these pieces. But the first 2 Klavierstück, I guess he wrote before meeting Berg. Yeah, I think this is a little bit above my head, but it's a very interesting Wikipedia article. Maybe I'll get into some of his essays. Again, like the only ones I've really read are related to music, but it might be fascinating to get into like what he has to say about fascism and propaganda and things like that. His intellectual influences include Hegel, Marx, Freud. His work sets out from a central insight he shares with all early 20th century avant-garde art, the recognition of what is primitive in ourselves and the world itself. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the big thing. He criticized jazz and popular music and the culture industry, the music industry, obviously being an extension of that. And it's like a critique of capitalism, and this is very much like as someone who's been in the university system as a composer, like this is something that is very much felt, like depending on the composition faculty you're in, there's all kinds of tensions between those composer or those people in the music faculty that want a more like neoliberal capitalist kind of like composer experience, and then people who are more old school and are like I've had teachers that are just straight up Marxists, and they only want to hear atonal music. So there are like it does affect composers. In addition to these piano pieces, it looks like he has some stuff for orchestra, string quartet, choir, a couple songs for voice and orchestra, which is interesting, and some piano pieces which aren't represented in this collection. Marina Proels was a painter, it looks like. There's not a lot about here I'm finding immediately, but definitely connected to Adorno in some way. She was born in 1890 and died in 1962. At the beginning of the 1920s, she was employed as a pianist in great demand and often on tour. Concerts can be found in Dresden, Cologne, Munich, Berlin, among other places. And as early as March 1919, she performed in Switzerland. So she was a pianist. So she was friends with Theodor Adorno, likely played a lot of his piano pieces, and was obviously the dedicatee of the 3 piano pieces, 1924. So, cool. I'm just going to listen to these. I'm most excited about the Kindersuite, to be honest. But that's just from a cursory glance at the score. I'll put a bunch of recordings in the video description. I doubt I'm going to find one recording of all of these. So I encourage you to just go through them and listen to them. Hopefully I can find everything on YouTube. If not, I guess I'll just have a slightly shorter listening session today. And yeah, sorry I didn't name drop any big essays by Adorno. I'll just leave that to you to look into yourself, because there's just a lot to do in one day. So yeah.
Okay, so these pieces don't seem to be very well performed at all. I found recordings to most of them. Yeah, I found recordings to the 1921 piece, the Kindersuite, and the 3 little piano pieces and the 3 piano pieces that were at the end of the collection. And there's also recordings of the other ones, but they're like MIDI renditions, and I didn't really want to get into that today. So, yeah, my thoughts. Most of it sounded very high romantic. There's definitely a range. The 3 short piano pieces, if I can get to that, that was the most atonal sounding of the 4 pieces I listened to. So those were interesting. I think there might have been a bit of a Webern influence, just in terms of like he was trying to make
miniatures that were atonal. I don't know if they're 12 tone, but I see some things that look like maybe Viennese trichords, and it sounds. I guess if I were to compare it to something, it most sounds like Berg. And then the other pieces did not really sound like they didn't really remind me of the Second Viennese School. The 1921 piece had this sort of like plodding, like simple rhythmic thing going on, and it kind of reminded me of like I don't know, like some sort of tone poem. Like it sounded very orchestral, but it was dead slow and kind of on the long side. The three piano pieces at the end were surprisingly French sounding. Like there wasn't a lot about them that was very dissonant. And yeah, a homage to Bizet, Valset. There's something programmatic about them. I think they try really hard to be clever in their turns of harmony, right? There's like sort of this show offiness, specifically in the realm of harmony, while other parameters kind of take a back seat. My favorite though was the Kindersuite, which is again only 4 movements, but the first two are super super short, and they communicate very little. Like they're just like these um, quick bursts of something, and then you get this third movement, which is um, very kind of like emotional and long, and then you get this theme and variations, which is even longer. But the theme for the theme and variations itself is very short. It's like it's an 8 measure thing, but it's like the measures are very small, so it almost sounds like a 4 measure theme. Um, and that was really entertaining. Like I found the form of the piece entertaining, and I found the theme and variations really fun. It didn't sound anything like atonal music. In fact, it was very tonal, and it was very clear move to the parallel minor and back to the major, and like it just sounded something that a child would play and really enjoy. Um, and I guess it gets a little bit chromatic in some of them, but I thought it was definitely the most interesting thing I heard. There's definitely an influence of Alban Berg, and I can't think of a lot of Alban Berg students. So if you're a real big fan of Berg's music, I think this might be something worth exploring and maybe interesting. Maybe it'd be interesting to program it with some of Berg's music, any of these pieces really. Um, and they're certainly pianistic and they look very playable. So yeah, that was my thoughts on Adorno's piano pieces. Tomorrow we're looking at Ginastera's 12 American Preludes.
Okay, so today on the piano series, we're listening to the 12 American Preludes by Alberto Ginastera for solo piano. I have them here in 1 volume, though I think originally they were published in 2 volumes of 6 pieces. This Carl Fischer score is quite a nice, inviting cover. Lots of different 60s looking fonts. This score, so I originally bought it for my piano lessons, actually. I can't remember which prelude I was learning, but my teacher felt that I really needed to play it. I think at the time I was obviously interested in more rhythmic music and clearly like fascinated by like metal, for example. And I think that's why my piano teacher wanted me to get into Ginastera, and this was sort of like what he thought would be the gateway piece for me. Here's the table of contents. I'm not going to get too into that. I'd rather show you like what the start of each piece looks like while I sort of list them off here.
The whole 12 preludes are dedicated to Raoul Spivak, who I'll talk about later in the video. This first prelude is called Accents, and it's 27 seconds long. The second prelude, Sadness, is very simple, two-part invention type thing. It's almost a minute long. Prelude 3 is Creole Dance. It's a little bit longer. I think it's multiple pages. Yeah, it's 3 pages long. Then Prelude 4 is Vidala, a minute and 2 seconds. Prelude 5 is called In the First Pentatonic Minor Mode. It's a minute and a half. And then to close off the first volume is Tribute to Roberto Garcia Murillo. And this one looks a little bit more difficult to play. It's marked Presto. The second volume starts with a prelude called Octaves, simply. Prelude 8 is another tribute to Juan Jose Castro. Prelude 9 is a tribute to Aaron Copland, a man who needs no introduction on this channel. Then we have a short 2-page movement called Pastoral. I actually have some fond memories of sight reading this one, just because it's so beautiful and easy to play. Then we get the tribute to Hater Villalobos. Another homage. And the last prelude is in the pentatonic major mode, I think. Yes. So this is a white key one. It's also very easy to play, and it's 3 staves. And it's really gorgeous too. So I find these range in difficulty a lot. I don't think their main purpose was to be teaching tools. I think they are just like a series of very pretty pieces that encapsulate a lot of Ginastera's influences and ideas. So Raoul Spivak, the dedicatee, was an Argentine pianist and teacher, born in 1906, died in 1975. He was a piano teacher of Astor Piazzolla, and he was sort of pursuing his studies in piano and composition in the 1940s. So started a bit late in life, I think. Then he toured extensively across North America and Europe before settling in on a teaching job, professor of Florida Atlantic University, Boca Raton. In 1968, he started that job and died not that much late after that. And so an interesting figure. All of the homages later in the volume are for composers. So this is the only name associated with this piece who is a pianist primarily. Roberto Garcia Murillo, or Murillo, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. He was a Argentine composer. He was also for a time a music critic and a musicologist and a music professor. He was born in 1911 and died in 2003. And he was sort of a really big figure in Argentine composition and contemporary music. He was president of the Union Compositor de la Argentina, or CUDA. He was also vice president of the Asociación Argentina de Compositor, or the AAC, in other words. And he sort of just received extensive commissions throughout his career. I don't have noted here where he was a professor, but you could imagine such an important man also was an academic. Juan Jose Castro is an interesting figure in Argentine music. He was a composer and conductor. He was born in the late 19th century, 1895, and he died in 1968. His career sort of peaked in the 1940s as a composer. Later, he became conductor of the Rinascimento Chamber Orchestra, and later conducted the Teatro Colón. And then he had a couple big teaching posts, professor at Buenos Aires Conservatory in the 1940s, and then later director of the Conservatory of Music of Puerto Rico in the 1960s. Aaron Copland is a very famous American composer who was influenced by Mexican realist music. And yeah, he's definitely the biggest name out of these dedicatees. We have an episode on Copland already, so I encourage you to check that out, where you can find more information about him. I'm not going to repeat myself in this video. But yeah, definitely a composer that everyone should know. And finally, Heitor Villa-Lobos is a huge name in classical music. And he's a Brazilian composer. Many have said the most famous Brazilian composer ever. He was born in 1887 and died in 1959. And in addition to being a composer, he was a cellist and guitarist and conducted. He wrote over 2,000 pieces. So this was like a very prolific person who, would write music like, he'd write a piece in half an hour or whatever. He'd write multiple pieces a day kind of guy. Kind of like Darius Milhaud, just always constantly writing. His most famous pieces, I think, would be his Bachianas Brasileiras, which are a series of chamber pieces for varying instrumentation. He wrote those between 1930 and 1945. And he also has a number of string quartets, which was actually those were the first pieces of his I listened to get introduced to his music, and they're really underperformed and interesting. He has a lot of them, as you can imagine. So yeah, definitely a sort of rabbit hole composer who can take over your whole listening life. Okay, so with that, I'd like to get into these pieces. I'm going to have a listen to them. And sorry I didn't have a blurb about the composition of these themselves. I just thought it was fascinating how many homages there were amongst them. And if you're familiar with the style of any of these composers, I'll let you be the judge if they are proper homages or if maybe they're more just Ginastera's music. And I don't know what I'm going to get out of this listen, but we'll see. Recording is in the video description. I encourage you to listen along. It doesn't take that long to get through all of them. Okay, nice. So I'm glad I revisited these. I was a lot more familiar with the easy ones, like the simple, slow ones, than the more complicated stuff. And yeah, I was really surprised by this sort of contrast between the more technical etude-like preludes and then the very simple, like, minimalistic ones like this one, for example. And I think it's a little bit indebted to Bartók's Mikrokosmos, just this idea of doing very small things in a variety of levels of difficulty and being able to express yourself as a composer with very simple music and very complicated music. I think that's very informed by Mikrokosmos, which would have been, I can't remember when it was published, but it would have been composed maybe 4 years before this. It's kind of interesting. And I was sort of trying to think about the form of each like set of 6. Like, does it work as a suite kind of thing? And I think they kind of do. The ending of the first 6, the what is it, homage to Roberto Garcia Murillo, That was a really great finale. Also, the major pentatonic mode at the end of the second suite was really a great ending. I like also that you have the two different modal ones in each set, like the minor pentatonic mode and then the major. So you have like basically white key pieces, one in each set. I think they complement each other really well. This accents movement is very similar to the octaves movement that starts the other set of preludes. So, yeah, it's a fascinating thing that the composer has to do, right? He has to come up with a way to make 12 a 12 movement piece, basically, you know. So, yeah, really inspiring and interesting, and that'll be it for Ginastera for a while. And I think this is the last of his piano scores that I have. So thanks for taking the time to look at it with me.
Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. Bartók, Mikrokosmos I. That's the first melody, or the first piece, you could say, in the Mikrokosmos series. So for those who are uninitiated, this is a series of piano pieces which Bartók wrote for his son, to basically just teach him how music works, and at the piano specifically. They're organized in 6 volumes, I believe, and they increase in difficulty, not just from volume to volume, but also within each volume, the pieces get more and more complicated. And these were like a little obsession of his. The titles refer to miniatures, obviously. And I first encountered them in piano lessons. I think my teacher had me looking at Mikrokosmos III, for whatever reason. I guess that's where my playing was at. But also in my composition lessons, I had one teacher say that he used to learn how to dictate music through the Mikrokosmos. So I think that's probably also a pedagogical use that they've had, is ear training, basically. We have a number of other Bartók pieces on the channel, most notably his string quartets from almost a year ago, actually more than a year ago, probably. So I covered some of his string quartets. Also, we've done some George Crumb pieces, his Macrocosmos 1 and 2, which are influenced by Mikrokosmos, and the composer says that directly in the program note. Another, like the pieces we looked at yesterday, the 12 American Preludes by Ginastera, I would argue are also influenced by Mikrokosmos. So it's kind of funny that I just did that piece and now we are getting into the PDFs of Mikrokosmos that I have on my laptop. I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, they consist of 153 pieces. The latest ones were written in 1939. He started the project more than 10 years earlier, and the publication date of all of them is 1940. He arranged 7 of the pieces for 2 pianos to provide additional repertoire for himself and his wife. Tibor Surly transcribed 6 of the pieces for piano and string orchestra. Huguette Dreyfus recorded selected pieces from 3 to 6 on harpsichord. So they're not necessarily instrument specific, although, I mean, they are progressive piano pieces, basically. I guess the way that it's organized is like volumes 1 and 2 are beginner, volumes 3 and 4 are moderate to advanced, and then volumes 5 and 6 are like professional level pieces. So in terms of which pieces get performed the most, it's obviously the ones from volumes 5 and 6. And I guess the most complicated ones would be the 6 dances in Bulgarian rhythm. I don't know if those are the most performed, but they're the last ones in volume 6.
If we look at the ones in Volume 1, which is what we're looking at today, you have unison melodies. Then we have one called dotted notes, the 7th piece. The 8th piece is called repetition. The 9th piece is called syncopation. Then we have with alternate hands, with parallel motion, we have one simply called reflection, change of position, question and answer, village song, parallel motion with change of position, contrary motion. We get 4 other unison melodies, then some imitation and counterpoint, imitation and inversion, a piece called pastoral, more imitation stuff, repetition, syncopation, canon at the octave, imitation reflected, canon at the lower fifth, dance in canon form, Dorian mode, slow dance, Phrygian mode, chorale, and then the last one's called free canon. So there's a lot in there. You can see here on page 1, we start with the unison melodies. They are actually in octaves, if you think about it. But yeah, the first one has 3 parts. I only sang you the first part. They're each 20 seconds long. Then we have ones that range from, like 20 to 30 seconds long. Here we have alternating hands, right? So that's a new skill. Yeah, we have moving and contrary motion here, number 17. And the most complicated ones in volume 1 are upwards of a minute long, right? So this one, for example, the last one is a free canon, and it's 42 seconds long. One before it is the chorale. It's still just 2 voices though. And I think before every piece he shows you all the notes that are used. So you have this little diagram. So this is where your 2 hands are going to be placed on the keyboard. You don't have to think about shifting them or anything. It's just like left hand spans G to D and there's a C sharp in it. Right hand spans G to D and there's a C natural in. Now the question is with this listen, is this actually something worth listening to and performing in a recital context? I'll sort of weigh in on my thoughts on that. There is a recording like of all of them, so people have recorded them as like proper pieces, and it takes 22 minutes to play through all of them. The volumes 1 and 2 are dedicated to his son Peter specifically. And this performance of pieces 1 through 36 are by Claude Helfer. Maybe I can find some information on Bartók's son. Bartók's son Peter was a recording engineer, mastering specialist, and record label founder with a lifelong commitment to preserving and disseminating the music of his father. He was born in Budapest in 1924, before I guess he would have immigrated to the US much later, 1942, to reunite with his parents, who had settled in New York. And then, as he was a Hungarian citizen during World War II, when Hungary was fascist, so he was classified as an enemy subject, which complicated his entry into the US. He arrived in the US at age 17. Upon joining his family in New York, Peter settled into life in the city during a period of wartime austerity and concern for events in Europe, right? So this is 1942. It's there's still 3 more years of the war. His arrival preceded the serious decline in his father's health due to leukemia. I think I've mentioned this before on the channel, but yeah, Bartók died of leukemia, and it was at the time very difficult to diagnose, so he had really no idea what was going on. We understand leukemia a lot more now after the Hiroshima bombings, but this was something that Bartók was suffering from in the 40s. Bartók died in 1945. So this is kind of interesting historical context, because you think like his son was born in 24. 2 years later, Bartók started writing these pieces, right? So clearly they're for his son to have growing up. But then Bartók moves to the U.S. and his son is left to fend for himself. And Bartók doesn't even finish these pieces until his son is like 15. Um, so very, very weird. And then Bartók dies 5 years later. So, uh, yeah, I guess they sort of just became an obsession of the composer, right? The project clearly grew out of control and got way too big because it took him so long to do. Also, his health was never good. Bartók's health was in periods of decline throughout his life, so he did write sporadically, so that might explain the how long it took. But okay, well, I'm gonna have a listen to this. For a long time, I've been like thinking of maybe programming them if I ever had to like whip together a concert or something. So I'll actually put that idea to the test today and see if I think it works. Recording is in the video description. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Okay, yeah, these are interesting. The first unison melodies take up about like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes, so it's quite a slow start. I think like if this was live, it would be a very interesting sort of experiment for the first little while. But as things pick up, the pieces start to get really good. I think like 31 is probably my favorite of the 36 pieces, and everything from 31 onward is really good. And you can really start to hear the sound of Bartók's unique voice in those pieces. Um, but I think as early as piece 18, I was starting to get into it. Yeah, I was surprised. Pretty early on, he asks the pianist to change hand positions midway, like within a piece. So I think it's good that he starts to do that. I remember, I think it wasn't until like grade 4 piano where I started when I was asked to change hand positions. So I think a lot of piano methods are really flawed, and yeah, I think these are really good pedagogical pieces. Um, I think people don't really know about them and don't really play them because of Bartók's reputation as like a more modernist, challenging composer. And because a lot of the harmonies and dissonances in this are like incorrect, you could say. They're not like classical. They're more influenced by his understanding of like folk cultures in Hungary. So you do get weird like dissonances. A lot of the cadences are not your traditional like yeah, I don't think I heard a single like tonal sounding cadence in this whole selection. So instead of like, the leading tone going up to 1 and then the second scale degree going down to 1, he usually does some weird jump to an open fifth or a unison. Yeah, this one it's like a normal sixth going, no, it's a normal like third going down to a octave, but there's no raised leading tone, so it's like a flat thing, kind of modal. This one, so if you look at 35, the cadence at the end is like the top voice is leaping down to scale degree 1, and the bottom voice is stepping down to scale degree 1. So that's really not classical at all. This one, the top voice lands on scale degree 5, and then the bottom voice climbs down to scale degree, like it leaps down to scale degree 1 from scale degree 4. So that's, like he's cadencing. In all these pieces, he's cadencing, but it's not normal. This one, you do get your traditional cadence, I think, but it's a sixth going down to a fifth. It's not it's not what you would call a perfect authentic cadence. His voice leading is impeccable, but he doesn't really care about conventions of like traditional conventions of tonal music, and I don't think he cares if his son knows about that stuff either. I think he just sees that as like a cultural trope and not really the meat and potatoes of what music is and it's made out of. And I think his sensibilities make a lot of sense, especially if you're familiar with Bartók's music. Formally, all of these are really interesting too. You have a lot that are in either 2 or 4 phrases. And even just looking at the first melody, it's like a totally complete idea. I think that's what he was kind of aiming for. Was each piece would have a form that is immediately recognizable and memorizable, so that it's easy to memorize all of these pieces and internalize them and stuff. Tomorrow I'm going to look at Mikrokosmos III. I do have a PDF of it here, a scan of the whole thing, I think. And it's not a very good scan, so I'll just bring the physical one and do a phone video tomorrow. And we'll get into some of my more favorite pieces from the Mikrokosmos series.
All right, so this morning I'm going to be listening to Mikrokosmos III by Béla Bartók. Now, I have a physical score lying around somewhere in my house, but I can't find it, so we're going to work with this scan I made. I guess I'll just go through the pieces one at a time. Please refer to yesterday's video to learn more about the Mikrokosmos series if you're not familiar with it. Basically, it's a series of 153 piano pieces that get progressively difficult. Book 3 starts at piece number 67. And this is sort of the first book that is no longer considered beginner. It's sort of like intermediate level. And yeah, the first piece is called Thirds Against a Single Voice. The second piece is called Hungarian Dance. It's actually for 2 pianos. I'm not sure if a 1 piano version ever existed, but Bartók's wife was also a pianist, so he wrote these pieces for his son. Potentially, his son would be performing this with his wife. Yeah, so that's the second one. Then piece number 69 is called Chord Study. It's sort of like one voice against this ostinato that has like parallel triads going on. It's a good one. Melody against double notes is number 70. This is the first one where we get 2 different key signatures. So it's sort of like black keys versus white keys. Why am I zooming in? Yeah. That one's pretty simple too. Then we have thirds. So yeah, both hands have thirds. I think my piano teacher made me play this one back in the day. I definitely had to play this one, Dragon's Dance. So this one's kind of interesting. You have a drone on the outside at first, right? And then 2 melodies moving in contrary motion on the inside. So you have to have some sort of finger independence. And then it flips so that the drone's on the inside. It's basically like a little 4-voice exercise. Then we have sixths and thirds. So again, like parallel motion stuff. This stuff resembles first inversion chords because it's like you fit a third inside of a sixth. Yeah, then we have a more folk influenced one, Hungarian song. This one actually has 2 versions, one of them with voice, so you could sing this with the pianist. Then we have one called Triplets simply. I guess it's a rhythmic one, introducing a new rhythmic concept. Then we have in 3 parts, Little Study, 5-tone scale. I'm assuming it's pentatonic scale thing. Homage a JSB, JS Bach, and the figuration is similar to one of his, you know, well-tempered preludes and fugues or whatever. It looks like a prelude idea. When you hear it, it definitely sounds like
Bartók, Homage RSCH. I'm assuming Robert Schumann. So we got two homages back to back of classical composers. It's kind of fun. This one's simply called Wandering. Then 82 is called Scherzo. Then we have this one, 83, Melody with Interruptions. This one, Merriment, I've heard performed quite a bit. It's like very pentatonic sounding and fast, so it's technically demanding and it looks really nice on the page. Then we have Broken Chords, Variations, Duet for Pipes. So this is a two-voice counterpoint thing, but I guess it's got some interesting chromatic things going on and some double flats. Then we have something simply called In Four Parts in a Russian style. I'm assuming like Stravinsky. Chromatic Invention. In four parts again. And then one simply called Tale. Song of the Fox. This one is surprisingly easy to play, I think, for this far in the book. But it's got like some crunchy chords in the left hand, so it is also one that is sung. So we have two exercises in this book that can also be art songs or similar to an art song. This one's called Stumblings, and I think that's it. Hopefully I have the whole book here. Actually, I can just check this online. Yeah, volume 3 does end with this one. Some of the translations are different though on the Wikipedia, so it's called Jolts on the wiki. But yeah, you get the idea. So a lot of the things introduced in this one, it seems like we're getting more and more finger independence, and we're having 3 and 4 part like things being played. Also, we're starting to get more chromatic exercises and yeah, getting better at reading that. Rhythmically, they don't look that challenging, but we're starting to get things like triplets and syncopations are getting more intense. Yeah. The titles are getting more and more interesting and elaborate, and I think Bartók's able to like portray something with these ones. And yeah, I guess the most familiar ones to me are in the first half of it. But I do think the homages are kind of interesting. And yeah, I encourage you to find a PDF of this. I'm sure it's on IMSLP at this point, and I'll let you know my thoughts after a quick listen here. Let me just see how long it takes to listen through all of them. About half an hour. So yeah, not quite hard enough that you would see them in a concert hall usually, but definitely difficult enough that you'd see them on like student recitals and on like exams. I think I was able to play some of these on a piano exam. So yeah, that's that. This is actually the book I have, is the pink one. Okay, see y'all in half an hour. Time to take a trip down memory lane. All right, so my thoughts on these. I apologize for not going over every piece. I noticed my scan doesn't have every piece that's in the volume. For context, I scanned this to give to my instrumentation students as like pieces that they could orchestrate for different ensembles. So I guess I didn't scan the pieces that I felt were too complicated or not well suited for that. And yeah, in general, I found these pretty interesting. They say a lot about Bartók's values, and I find they all have a very similar form. And like I had one teacher who really liked Bartók and would say that Bartók was like a master of form, and certainly you can learn a lot about classical forms from looking at these pieces. I personally think that new music has moved on considerably, and this is like a very conservative way to look at form. Uh, just the way all of these pieces they all kind of sound like they have the same form, which is satisfying in a way, but if you listen to all of them back to back, it's like, come on, can't he just do something a little bit more experimental? Um, yeah, some of them are uh, very chromatic. It's interesting. I think Bartók likes to play around with different ways of subdividing, like tetrachord, you know. So you get lots of interesting things that are clearly inspired by his observations of folk music, and then I guess like approximated at the piano, because of course the folk music he was listening to was probably very microtonal and had a different approach to interval and stuff. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. He clearly has a different view on what's dissonant and what's consonant based on his studies, and I think these are a good example of that. One that you can really grasp easily because they're so short. Um, so yeah, in terms of like listening to all of them back to back, I actually think Mikrokosmos 1 worked better. The one we listened to yesterday as a whole set. This is something I would excerpt. Maybe I would do 4 to 6 excerpts, or maybe 8 at the most. I don't think it really works as a suite of pieces because every piece is completely different. They're not really grouped together in any way. And you have pieces that are for different instrumentations, so that would complicate things too. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna read the translations of the songs. So the first song, the Hungarian song, the English translation here is Mary Ellen made her bed, piling blankets on it. Thomas James forgot his hat lying there upon it. Hey now, Mary, bring my hat, I can't go without it. Or I'll dazzle all the girls, there's no doubt about it. So she brings the hat along, claps it on his head then. He whom all the girls admire hides his eyes instead then, hides his eyes instead then. I guess there's something sexual about it, or some sort of entendre here. I don't know. Singing about beds and being a very attractive young man and man and a woman. I don't know. But clearly like a children's rhyme. I think these are definitely still intended for a child, and like the hand span of all of these pieces is quite small. Um, so it fit into very small hands. And then the song of the fox is I have chickens fine and fat. Renard likes them, I know that. But I'll catch him, just you wait. Renard, I will have you yet. Put you into prison straight. You'll be clapped in irons then. You'll be clapped in irons then, and you shan't go free again. So this one's more of a simple tale about a fox. Obviously, the fox represents a um, bad child who needs to be punished, and the whole point is that it is just to uh, punish people who do wrong, or foxes who do wrong. So yeah, very very cute. I mean, it's hard to deny how cute some of these pieces are. All right, so today I'm going to be listening to Giacinto Scelsi's third piano sonata for the first time. Uh, this piece was written in the late 1930s, I believe. And yeah, it's a piano sonata. It's about 22 pages, and I think in terms of duration, it runs about 20 minutes. Uh, tempo movement 1 is marked lento rubato, and it opens with a long introduction with no bar lines. And seemingly bar lines are just placed whenever there's like a tempo change, it seems. Uh, okay. Movement 2 is marked con dolcezza. Also very slow, quarter equals 63. Um, and then movement 3 is just marked quarter equals 72. And there's only 3 movements, it looks like. We have some metered stuff towards the end here. It does seem to be sort of like in this interesting middle period of the composer's output where he's doing like very improvised sounding, like rhythmic writing, but also very loose in terms of meter and bar line. Yeah, I'm curious to see what this will sound like. So Scelsi's early compositional phase was from 1930 to 1941. His language was largely traditional, influenced by Scriabin, Berg, and Bartók. Yeah, the early piano output includes 4 sonatas, of which I think this is one of them, and also his first 7 suites, some of which are lost. So a lot of piano output at this time. You can see there's like a 2-year gap between his first period and his second period. And then there's I guess his second period would be when you start to get his, he's being more and more restrictive with pitch and more kind of improvisatory. And then I guess his third period is when you get his one note stuff. Yeah, the last piece we looked at by Scelsi, Bot Ba, was like the very start of his second period, whereas this piano piece is 1939, so it's like firmly in his first period of output. So yeah, I'm curious what he seems to have sort of lost interest in the sonata form, and he went into this sort of like idea of just like grouping movements of pieces together into suites. So we'll see what formally is different about this one. I guess I can kind of compare it to suite number 8, even though it's a different style. Recordings in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. Really don't know what I'm in for with this one. So yeah, hopefully it'll be an easy listen. I'm always surprised by how energetic and full of life Scelsi's music is, so this might be, like a bit of an energy boost at least. Okay, yeah, so my thoughts on this one. To be honest, I wasn't following the score that much. It kind of lost my attention a little bit. But that has more to do with what's going on with me right now than the piece. I would say it's definitely a little bit more thematic than Bot Ba was. I feel like there were some themes, especially in the first and the third movement, that you could kind of follow. Usually just like little descending chromatic things. Um, it still sounds very improvised and loose. It does remind me a lot more of Scriabin. I think that's definitely an influence here, but um, what I mean, a lot of people, well, I've seen some people complain about how slow Scriabin's harmonic rhythm can be, and I think that's really what he does to explore strange harmonies. This is kind of a similar thing, but even more so. I think Scelsi is like really expanded the harmonic rhythm to the point where it's almost hard to perceive the harmonic progression that's happening. Um, and for the most part, it's kind of like written in 2-part writing, which makes things even more complicated. It's like sort of he's just filling the piano with sound with the pedal down, and it's sort of hard to critique because it's not like very premeditated sounding. It's very improvised. So um, it's kind of strange seeing it notated on the page so meticulously when it's obviously something that's spontaneously made, and yeah, it's kind of a weird phenomenon of music notation. Like uh, I'm wondering if at this point the composer was like just using recording technology to like record himself play and then transcribing it or something. Because this would be very hard to just write out of nowhere. Tomorrow I'm going to be listening to some Florence Price, which will be a nice change of pace, but also very different from all the music surrounding it in the series. So it might be a lighter fare. I'm most interested in just getting into Florence Price's bio and like the history of it, of her music and stuff. So yeah, that'll be it for Scelsi for a little while.
Okay, so today is going to be the one and only Florence Price episode on the channel. I'm looking at her. Uh, I'm looking at her second piano album. Okay, let's see here. So she has a number of piano pieces she's written. I think there's just two albums of them, but there's also piano sonatas and piano preludes and other things. This album here, I'm not sure if I scanned the whole thing, but the pieces I do have are Southern Sky, Andante. Oh yeah, 1939. No date on the Andante. Breezes, Clouds, Coquette, Down a Southern Lane, Dragonflies, Dreamboat, Song Without Words, in brackets pleading, and just Song Without Words. This one's 1932, so there are some of them are dated, some of them are not. That gives me a sense that maybe a few were composed within each year. I'm not sure. This one's called Swinging on a Grapevine, Tree Bows or Boughs, and then Waltz of the Spring Maid, Whirl Away Waltz, and I think that's the last one. And this one was written in 1949, so there's actually a bit of a range. I didn't realize some of them were as late as 1949. I kind of just have these in terms of like on my spreadsheet of scores. This is just firmly in 1939, but it looks like it was composed over the course of the 30s and 40s. All of these pieces, by the way, are like very traditional, like just sort of like romantic sounding. Florence Price has gotten a lot of attention lately for being like a early 20th century uh, woman of color composer, and she has a symphony which I think people are starting to get into, which was not performed a lot in her lifetime, but it's very much inspired by Dvorak's New World Symphony. Also, she's American, so that's a important detail. I'm gonna pull up her bio before I like misspeak or something, and we're gonna talk about her. I think it's important that we get into the history with this episode. So yeah, Florence Price was born in 1887 and died in 1953. So very like we're getting into 19th century born composers here. So yeah, she was a composer, pianist, organist, and music teacher born in Little Rock, Arkansas, and educated at the New England Conservatory. She was active in Chicago from 1927 until her death in 1953. Um, the first African American woman to be recognized as a symphonic composer, which is a really big deal, and the first to have a composition played by a major orchestra. She composed over 300 works, four symphonies, four concertos, as well as choral works, art songs, chamber music, and music for solo instruments. Today we're focused on her solo piano music.
In 2009, a substantial collection of her works were found in her abandoned summer home, drawing a lot of attention to her career, obviously. She attended school at a Catholic convent growing up, and enrolled in university studies in 1902 in Boston, double major in organ and piano pedagogy. She passed as a Mexican, I guess, to avoid racial discrimination, and she listed her hometown as Pueblo, Mexico, while doing that degree. She studied with George Chadwick and Frederick Converse, both teaching composition and counterpoint. I'm not familiar with either of these composers, but they're like late 19th, early 20th century Americans. She wrote her first string trio and symphony there and graduated in 1906 with honors, returning to Arkansas in 1910. Taught music briefly before moving to Atlanta. There she became head of the music department of what is now Clark Atlanta University, a historically black college. In 1912, she married Thomas J. Price, a lawyer. She gave up her teaching position and moved back to Little Rock, and had 2 daughters with him. She could not find work in Little Rock anymore because by that time it was racially segregated. After a number of incidents, including the lynching of a black man in 1927, the Price family decided to leave Little Rock. Like many black families living in the Deep South, they moved north to escape Jim Crow conditions, and they settled in Chicago, a major industrial city. And that's where her composition career kind of began. So she was part of the Chicago Black Renaissance. Let's have a look at that. This was a creative movement in the Chicago Black Belt on the city's south side, spanning the 1930s and 40s, exactly the time when she was publishing and writing these piano pieces. Movement including famous writers such as Richard Wright, Margaret Walker, Gwendolyn Brooks, Arna Bontemps, Lorraine Hansberry, and then musicians, what we're interested in on this channel, Thomas A. Dorsey, Louis Armstrong, Earl Hines, Mahalia Jackson, etc. And there's also a list of artists here. And yeah, this is sort of like the development of the African American community in Chicago. Sounds like a really interesting time and place to be in. How did she get her career off the ground is what I'm trying to figure out. So at various times she was enrolled in different colleges. So Chicago Music College, Chicago Teachers College, University of Chicago, American Conservatory of Music. Price got divorced at age 44. This was in 1931. She was having some financial struggles and was dealing with an abusive husband. She became a single mother of her 2 daughters. And to make ends meet, she worked as an organist for silent film screenings. She eventually moved in with Margaret Bonds, who was also a black pianist and composer. And this friendship connected her to the writer Langston Hughes and contralto Marian Anderson, both prominent figures in the art world, who sort of aided her career as a composer. The real big piece was her symphony in E minor in 1932. Price won first prize with that piece at the Wanamaker Foundation Awards. Her third piano sonata also earned her a $500 prize. So I guess that's where her career started to take off, was in the 1930s, 1932 onward. And in 1940, she was inducted into the ASCAP for her work as a composer. I guess the society was very different back then. Yeah, so it sounds like she really had to work to get that recognition and had to make some tough decisions like that divorce, just to, yeah. just to kind of get her career off the ground. It's pretty remarkable. She seems like a really inspirational figure. Um, Unfortunately, I didn't cover her symphony in E minor during our orchestra series, but I do have a score of her piano works here. Both volumes of her piano works were just freely available at my music library. This was at the University of North Texas. I just grabbed it and scanned it one day to share with my students. But yeah, I've never really taken the time to just listen to all of these pieces back to back. Yeah, one detail which I didn't notice because of my math skills being so lacking. She died quite young, aged 66. Um, so yeah, it's remarkable what she was able to accomplish, especially because it, her career like got off to such a slow start. Like she was already fully capable of being a professional composer in her undergraduate studies, and then life happened, and she didn't start taking off until her like mid 30s. Which honestly, just I think that's inspiring to any composer. Um, with the way that the industry is so focused on like prodigy and youth lately. Thank you for looking at this Wikipedia article with me. I know I'm not particularly researched and prepared, but that's sort of the channel format. It's very off the cuff. So if I missed anything or if anything I said was like off, and like I had a bad source or something, feel free to let me know in the comments. I hope that sharing this piece can inspire a lot of young composers to pursue what they're doing, and yeah, I'll let you know what I think of these pieces. I put a bunch of links to recordings in the video description. I can't find one big recording of this album, but people have recorded her complete piano works, so I can find individual recordings of each piece. Hopefully, you don't have to deal with too many ads. But yeah, I'll see you in, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay, so I'm just stopping at the halfway point here because I have a meeting with someone in 10 minutes, but I will listen to the rest of these. So it's just going to be kind of like a two-parter post-listen thing. Um, yeah, these are really cute pieces, and she has a remarkable way with the piano. I can clearly tell that she can improvise this stuff very flexibly. It all looks very pianistic, and I can see why pianists are getting really into it and getting into her music. Um, One of these pieces, I think it was Clouds, the recording I found was like much longer, so there must be more than one version of it. So that's something to be aware of. There is like a 5-minute version of this little piece, which starts exactly the same. It's just much longer. Like there's a whole other B section or something added. Um, I think the first two are kind of bangers. Like I really like this slow schmaltzy stuff. The Andante and the A Southern Sky is really good. Yeah, that's a good opener for the album. Um, so those two stood out for me so far. The harmonic language is obviously very like it's like impressionistic with some sort of bluesy notes to it. Um, very, very skillfully put together. I don't know how this album came about, but I'm curious because it's like none of these pieces seem to have anything in common. They seem to all be written at different points in the composer's career and just kind of put together. So, and I'm wondering how many of these were discovered in 2009. Like, how many of these just don't have dates simply because we don't know when she wrote them? Um, there's like this sort of interesting archival aspect to the whole thing as well. So, um, yeah, that's what I'm finding interesting about it so far. This style of music is not really my cup of tea. I'm not the best person to appreciate or judge it, but it's been a pretty enjoyable listen. I'm gonna start like getting into the second half after this meeting, and I'll let you know what I think. It's taking a little bit longer than I expected. I think a lot of these are in the 3 to 4 minute range, so it is not a short listen today. Maybe you'll find something you really like, though. Okay, so my thoughts on the second half of this little piano album. I think the second half is better. I don't know if I have a suspicion these are organized from earliest or supposed earliest to latest. Although a lot of them don't have dates, and they're kind of grouped together like in pairs. So you get two waltzes at the end, which are both quite good. My favorite from this half is probably let's see, the song. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's hard to say. Dreamboat is really good. I think this is one of the more iconic ones. And then you get Two Song Without Words, which are both really good, but a little bit forgettable. And then you get the two nature pieces that are probably the best two nature pieces in the whole volume is the Swinging on a Grapevine, which is infectiously catchy and fun to listen to, and then Tree Boughs, which is also really catchy. And I think I'm starting to notice, like that I may be overthinking like what there is to see in this music. Like the fact is, I think she's just a very gifted melodist, and a lot of these melodies are just really charming. And the topics of the pieces are really cute, and I like how there's a mix of like more programmatic like nature pieces, you could say, and then there's like your standard like imitations of classical genres. And um in terms of the stuff we look at on this channel, it's like definitely the most conservative. It sounds very classical, like could very much be something from the 19th century, if not for this little bit of jazziness to it, to the melodies and chord progressions. There's a clear jazz influence, but otherwise it's just like kind of like any sort of classical music. I really like Florence Price's story. I can't remember how. I think I was introduced to her music through a pianist who was doing an online workshop at the same time as me in like 2021, and I'm blanking on his name, but he was really nerding out about Florence Price. And if I was a more capable pianist, I think I would also really enjoy just sight reading these pieces every once in a while. They seem very like charming, and yeah, most importantly, I think it's like it's important to have this sort of representation of like sort of like the Black Renaissance in Chicago in classical repertoire. I think that's really fantastic to have. And if you're an American uh, performer, you should want like performing classical music. You should want repertoire like this that sort of speaks to your country's history and things that are like maybe relevant to current history and current events. All right, so today is our third Webern episode. We're going to be looking at his variations for piano. I think the last episode of his we did was his variations for orchestra. Um, yeah, this is over 27, I think, and it's his only solo piano piece from his 12-tone period. Yeah, so the piece is in three movements. This movement is sort of famous for this opening gesture, which has some symmetrical row forms. I think it has two row forms going on at the same time. So it's a little bit hard to analyze if you just start with that one. If you want to start analyzing this piece, the third movement presents the row very clearly. The first presentation of the row in the third movement reads 3, 11, 10, 2, 1, 0, 7, 4, uh, no, 6, 4, 7, 5, 9, 8. Okay, so when you first hear the row in movement 1, you have like these complexes, right? So like because it's a symmetrical row form, uh, you know, I'm assuming, yeah, they're paired off sort of like P1 is paired with R8 and I3 is paired with IR8, right? So the retrograde inversion, or I guess the retrograde transposed um, up 7 semitones is the same as the prime form at that original transposition level. One of the earliest explanations of the form is offered by René Leibowitz. He described the first movement as a theme and 2 variations, the second movement as a theme with a single variation, and the third movement as 5 variations of yet another theme. Willy Reich described it as a sonatina, which begins with a set of variations and ends with a sonata form. Friedhelm Dahl viewed each of the 14 phrases in the first movement as a variation of this prime retrograde idea, finding the same structure in the second movement. Finally, Catherine Bailey suggests that the first movement is a sonata form. Her ideas are supported by Webern's own remarks in the original manuscript, which was published in 1979 by Peter Stadlen. So yeah, there's a lot written about this piece. I guess having heard it and studied it a little bit myself, I'm partial to this like Friedhelm Dahl analysis. I like the idea of parsing it out into very small, minute little phrases. But I do think that the 3 movements feel like they have a very different form. The second movement is probably the most analyzed. It's a single page and it's in a clear like binary form with repeats. And you can see there's like these pairs of chords, of trichords, in there's 2 pairs in each half of the piece, so that's like a symmetrical thing. There's lots of symmetry going on. And then, as I said before, the first movement has this idea of like a retrograde and prime form going on at the same time, or an inversion and a retrograde inversion going on at the same time. And because it's a limited kind of symmetrical row form, it's functionally like the same notes. So, for example, you can see this phrase that ends on measure 7. It ends with the F and the E, or the 5 and 4, right? And then the note after it in this case is 11. The note before this here is 11, or B natural. So this is like, if you just trace note by note, it's like clearly symmetrical around this 16th rest in measure 4. Yeah, the second movement is a canon where vertical symmetry pervades. The pitches are arranged around the pitch axis of A4 in that case, and each downward reaching interval is replicated exactly in the opposite direction. So this is talking about movement 2, the single page movement. So that A4 that happens at the beginning is the axis of symmetry, and everything that goes on in the movement is sort of like symmetrical around that. And it ends with the same 2 notes it begins with, interestingly. So there's like there's this implied like looping of the entire thing. Also, this wasn't directly in the score, but the work was dedicated to pianist Edward Stuermann. His dates are 1892 to 1964. He's an Austrian-born American pianist and composer. He played the piano part in the first performance of Schoenberg's Pierrot Lunaire. He studied composition with Engelbert Humperdinck and Arnold Schoenberg. He continued his association with Schoenberg as a pianist for the Society for Private Musical Performances. We haven't talked about this before on the channel, but this was a music society founded by Schoenberg in Vienna in 1918. They made carefully rehearsed and comprehensible performances of newly composed music. It's more of a private society, but occasionally, they sort of like invited interested people into the audience, basically. It was not sort of like a big advertised thing. During their first years, Schoenberg didn't allow any of his own music to be performed, and programs included the work of all the sort of most modern contemporary composers of the time. So Bartók, Berg, Busoni, Debussy, Korngold, Mahler, Ravel, Reger, Satie, Strauss, Stravinsky, Webern, and others. And yeah, only those who had joined the organization were admitted to events. So it was sort of like, I guess you had a membership system of some kind. Yeah, so as you were, I'll see you after the listening today. Okay, yeah, wow, Glenn Gould does this in 5 minutes, whereas I think a lot of other people have 10-minute versions. So maybe this isn't actually the most honest interpretation, but I think it's kind of interesting. I really like the different emotions he's able to bring out of the third movement and how he shifts tempo so dramatically. I think it's really like the proportions are still right. Just over half of the piece is the third movement. The second movement in his version is like very, very short, maybe like 30 seconds. 30 seconds, second movement kind of thing. Yeah, I think I've listened to this piece enough times that it actually is very familiar whenever I come back to it, and it's very memorable. Like it has memorable melodies, and I think once you can wrap your head around it, it's actually one of the more accessible works of Webern's. It got me thinking about sort of the role of the piano in sort of transmitting music from one composer to the next. I think this piece is like very influential because many composers would have, if they have access to the score, they would be able to play it for themselves and analyze it very easily. So it has this sort of like transmittability that maybe a orchestral score doesn't have. It's also very late in his career that he published the 12-tone piano piece, so I think this has gone on to influence a lot of composers. Rhythmically, it seems kind of tame compared to the like Stockhausen pieces we've been listening to on the series. So definitely people ran with what Webern was doing later on, but you have to remember this is 1936. This is very, very progressive for its time, and it must have been really crazy to hear around the time it was written. I don't know if it was premiered at this because it would have been done by then. Yeah, that's crazy. They gave over 300 performances in 3 years. That's kind of insane. So yeah, what a time to be alive in Vienna. That's like, rivaling the rate at which I'm listening to music on this channel, and it would have all been live, which is kind of crazy. All right, so today's piece is by Arthur Honegger. It's called Prelude, Arioso, Fughette, Sur le nom de Bach. So, yeah, and it's a physical score. Let me just show you what it looks like here. Can't remember where I found this score. It's very old, and the publication date is 1933. I don't know if that's also the date of composition, but I'll put the proper date up here. It's a piano piece. As many of you know, we're doing the piano series still, but we're getting into the 1930s and earlier. I'm assuming this piece uses the Bach motive, which would be B flat A C B. It's a very chromatic motive. I think Liszt. I just heard an organ piece by Franz Liszt that used it actually. So I don't know if that's an early use of the motive. And it's sort of like a 3-part piece. This is what the prelude looks like. It's marked allegro, lots of cross-staff beaming. So once we get to the Arioso, it's more like easy to play. It's sort of just like a melody over this very simple accompaniment with an inner voice and some low chord staccato. Yeah, I think you could learn a lot about piano writing just looking at this. I feel like some of my students could use this. Could look at some rep for once. Yeah, the fugue starts here on page 6. Here's the theme. You can see it starts with the Bach motive right there in the 4/8 notes. And then you get this little thing that it starts on the F transposition level. So yeah, very straightforward kind of fugue. I don't think he's doing anything weird here. And it's only a 2-page fugue. And we get this nice big ending with some rolled chords. And actually the date at the end of the score is Paris, October 1932. So published a year later. That's not too bad. I've seen some old scores that are published like 10 years later, and that always is very confusing for the channel. And there's like sort of a Edition Salabert list of composers here. And all of the pieces they have. Let me see if I can find anything interesting. They have Copland's Passacaglia. Not familiar with that piece. They have some Milhaud. 4 romances on parole. Yeah, they have all the sati you could want, right? The Gymnopédie, the Nocen, the Nocturnes, and the Preludes. So yeah, definitely a very old score. Actually, it's in pretty good condition considering how old it is, I would say. And then this is a list of, I think this is a complete works list of Honegger, or at least like what the publishers would have known of. So it's broken up interestingly. So it has symphonies, so orchestra, just straight orchestra pieces, pieces with soloists and orchestra, or choirs and orchestra, and then theater pieces, and then pieces for voice, probably voice and piano, I would imagine. Solo piano stuff. And you can see the piece here under piano. The other pieces on the list are 3 brief pieces, Toccata and Variations, Le Cahier Romand, Homage à Albert Roussel, and Rugby. I like that title. And the Concertino. Then he's got some pieces for violin and piano and 1 piece for solo violin. And then a piece for a cello concerto reduction and a piece for cello and piano. Piece for solo flute. Reduction of a concerto for flute, English horn and piano. Clarinet and piano is, I guess, a sonata for clarinet and piano. And then the chamber music is 2 of his string quartets, 2 flutes, clarinet, and piano, some piece. That's a really weird instrumentation. And then also a piece for violoncello duo. Yeah, so kind of interesting. I miss scores doing this type of thing. Like, it's hard to nerd out with modern scores. Especially when you have a PDF, you usually don't have this stuff. So I'm going to say a little bit about Honegger. I'm going to have to pull up his Wikipedia because I don't really know much about him. And yeah, I guess I'll just talk at the camera for a bit and then we'll get listening. I've never heard this piece before. I've tried to sight read it at the piano before and failed, apart from playing the Arioso. So I don't really know what it sounds like. Sorry if I'm looking down a lot. I'm going to be looking at my laptop here. So Arthur Honegger was born in 1892, died in 1955. He was a Swiss composer. I didn't know that. Born in France and lived a large part of his life in Paris. He was a member of Les Six. That's where we've encountered him before. I think we looked at we looked at a piece by Milhaud, who was also a member of the Six. His first symphony was composed around the time of this piece, like 1930. He finished that, and it was premiered in Boston and then Paris. So this, I don't know if that's the start of his career, but it's definitely a big moment. In 1932, same year that this piece was composed, Honegger published Pour prendre congé. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering that. But it's an article in which he complained that his music was not understood. He felt he was at a dead end. And then when Hitler came to power, Honegger's works were banned in Germany and later in any other country that was annexed. He took a clear stand against the Nazi regime in an article in June 1939, I guess a magazine article. In 1931, like many other musicians and intellectuals, Honegger expressed his support for the Manifesto for Peace, published in Notre Temps. So, yeah, definitely getting a sense of the French political climate during the war here. In 1941, he became a music critic. So it seems like he's actually very well read and writes a lot, which is, I think, something that's missing from a lot of like new music, at least where I'm living. Okay, Paul Sacher commissioned his Second Symphony, which was premiered in Zurich in 1942, which he conducted as well. Principal elements of his style: Bachian counterpoint. This piece is dedicated to Bach. Driving rhythms, melodic amplitude. Not sure what that means. High coloristic harmonies, impressionistic use of orchestra sonorities, and a concern for formal architecture. This piece has a very unique form. His style is weightier and more solemn than that of his colleagues in Les Six. I guess I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, some of his mature works show a distinct influence of German Romanticism. He and Darius Milhaud were very close friends, even though their musical styles were completely different. They studied together at the Paris Conservatoire. Milhaud dedicated his string quintet to Honegger's memory. Did I say that right? Milhaud dedicated his fourth string quartet to Honegger's memory. And Francis Poulenc dedicated his clarinet sonata to Honegger's memory. So that's really interesting. You know, I've heard the clarinet sonata multiple times, and no one has ever told me that or put it in a program. You know, it's really hard to get this info if you don't just like look for it directly, I think. No one wants to portray composers as people in their programs. Okay, he seems kind of like a jock. Like he has this symphony movement called rugby, and he has a grandnephew that's like a famous hockey player. So that's like the sense I'm getting from him. Is he's a little bit macho. We're getting pretty far back in time here, so this is just like high romantic music at this point. But it's still 20th century, and I think I'm glad I can sort of feature him on this channel because I don't have any other scores of his. So yeah, let's have a listen. Okay, my thoughts. I think it's a cool piece. It's nice and short, about 5 minutes. The Arioso takes up most of the piece, and I don't think it's the most interesting part of the piece. I really like the prelude, actually. I think it was really compelling because it was simple. It was just this same figuration over and over again, and it was like reminiscent of Bach. So it's like kind of funny you're doing something with Bach's name and you're also imitating him. So I thought that was funny, and the transition from the prelude into the Arioso is really really fun because he just goes right back to that Bach motive. And then the Fughette is like a nice little ending, but I think it's not really that necessary. The form might have been more interesting if it was just the two movements. And a lot of sensibilities are very romantic, and it sounds like it could be orchestrated very easily. It sounds very orchestral, and it's like sort of like a show-stopping kind of. It's not the flashiest piano piece, but I think that's sort of the function that it has. It's like not a sonata. It's not a prelude and fugue. It's like something a little bit more romantic and show-offy. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed listening to this with me. Not the most experimental thing on the channel, but glad I could share the physical score with you and talk a little bit about Lay 6. And yeah, next we're going to be doing some Schoenberg pieces if I can find the score. I think it's another physical score. And then we have a bunch of Henri Cowell episodes to get through when we get into the 1920s. So I'm looking forward to those, actually. It'll be a nice breather. Okay, so today's piece is is Schoenberg's piano piece, Opus 33A from Universal Edition. That's the score I have here. Klavierstück. It's a nice purple ink. Belmont Music Publishers, Los Angeles, California. And it's Universal Edition 9773. If I'm correct, the year of composition is 1930s or late 1920s. Publication date is 1929. Okay. There's nothing at the end. And I think this is a pretty famous example of 12-tone music. It's really early, 1929. So I think it's been analyzed a great deal. We have these tetrachords that open the work, no doubt creating two row forms, or maybe they're overlapping in some way. Yeah, so this is going to be pretty dense. The use of tetrachords, of course, is going to obscure what the row is, right? Because you'll have multiple things happening, multiple like pitches happening at the same time. Someone who owned the score before me marked it up, so we have like the occasional little like formal analysis going on. Here at the end, for example, we have recap and then a coda. So overall, this might be like in sonata form. I'm not sure. How many pages do we got here? It's like 5 pages, but it's only 40 measures or something. So really big measures on the page. I'm going to see if there's anything else I can find on this piece, because this is a very like kind of simple, unassuming score. And then maybe we'll go through the back, just because I like doing this lately. But first I'll go on Wikipedia, see if I can find anything on this how it was received, maybe why it was written. Okay, so just based on the background on this piece, Opus 33 A and B were two separate piano pieces which Schoenberg wrote
in, I think, 1928 and 1931, respectively. And they both were published separately, but many people play them as a two-movement piece. So they're called like the two piano pieces. They're also his last works for piano. And they were premiered separately. And the occasion they were written was different for each. I think I just read the Opus 33B, which is not what we're looking at today, was written for New Music Quarterly, which was a publication by Henri Cowell, and was requested to be written as sort of like a sequel. So it's still unclear if Schoenberg wanted to listen to both or have both as a unified piece. So today we're not treating it that way. We're just going to listen to the first one. They're both short pieces, though. Like, it's 5 minutes total if you play them both together. I want to look at some of, like, on the back of the score, there's a list of Arnold Schoenberg's works with Universal Edition, and I think it might be an interesting record because it's from 1929. So, also in purple. So we have all of his piano pieces. That's the first thing on the list. And then we have chamber music. So starting with his string sextet, string quartet, Opus 7. And it's just going by opus number, it looks like. So you can see that it's for a lot of standardized chamber ensembles, what they have at least. And then a whole bunch of lieder. Right, so Opus 1 is 2 songs, Opus 2 is 4 songs, Opus 3 is a 6-song lieder, Opus 6 is an 8-song lieder. So yeah, a lot for voice. There's even more over here. I guess mixed ensembles are over here, or voice and chamber ensemble. Puro Lunaire is in that little category. Then we have orchestra lieder, orchestra pieces, or orchestra pieces with choir. And then just choir stuff. And then opera, I guess, or theater, like Evar Tongue is over here. We've covered that one on the channel, actually. And Universal Edition also published his music theory textbook, Harmonelaire, interestingly. So, with that, I will have a listen to this piece along with the score, and I'll let you know my thoughts on not the performance, but just like the piece in general. I don't know it that well, so if you are new to this piece, then we are in the same company. And I'll see you in a couple minutes here. Okay, so my thoughts on this. It's really interesting because we're listening to this shortly after listening to Webern's Opus 27, which was written a little bit after this. But there's a very different style between the two composers, even though the 12-tone language is very audible. I think Schoenberg here is having a lot of fun with like different chord shapes, and it's very much more like organic and fantasy-like, the way that voices and ideas seem to come in and out of the texture. Just kind of like less structured, less academic and clinical, kind of like the way the Webern was sounding. So I think this would be really fun to analyze. It's still very concise, but formally it's doing some interesting stuff. It was really nice to have actually these notes, right? Like someone marked up. I mean, it's pretty obvious where sections start, but this pianist or whoever was keeping track of them all. And this episode was probably my favorite moment of the piece. It's just two measures that kind of come out of nowhere, and they set up that
little figuration that comes back in different forms, and it's like very like violinistic almost. It doesn't really seem like a piano idea, but yeah. Also, the chords themselves that sort of set up the whole piece are quite pretty, and yeah, you hear these glimpses of like more chordal harmonies, just depending on the way that things are voiced, and it's not like crazy dissonant the whole time. I think the 12-tone rows in the Webern were more like full of minor seconds and like thirds, so like interval classes that are smaller. Whereas this, I think it's a little bit more varied. Let me just check actually. See what I'm talking about? It's more like if you look at the prime form, it goes like down a fourth and up a fifth, and then you get some seconds and then a minor third, then you leap up a fifth again in the middle. So it has a lot more like fifths, and it's less tritony and less, I'm not going to pull up the Webern one, but it's very different. So that's always nice to hear from when you're comparing to 12-tone pieces. So yeah, I can't speak much for Opus 33B, but I think Opus 33A is a nice little piece and a great introduction to 12-tone music if you want one for your students. And it's probably fun to analyze, I would think. So yeah, that's it for today and our second Schoenberg episode.
Okay, so today's piece is the third piano sonata of Carlos Chavez, Mexican composer. Last time I tried to listen to this piece, I think I only found a few movements on YouTube, so we may not be listening to the whole thing. The reason why I was looking at it before was like I thought it was had a different date. I was mistaking the date of publication for the date of composing, but such is life, The way the series has been working for the most part is I've been going reverse chronological. So this is a 1920s piece, 1928, and it's dedicated to Aaron Copland, American composer. We have one Copland episode on the channel, his 4-piano blues, also in our piano series. So you can go to that episode if you're interested. Also, we did the 12 American Preludes by Argentine composer Ginastera. One of those was dedicated to Copland as well. I think this is the earlier piece, though. I don't even think Copland was writing in this sort of like communist realist style, like at this point, 1920s. There's a whole wiki for this piece. It's not huge, but it might be worth going through. The movements are moderato. There's four of them. First one is moderato. Second one is un poco mosso. So that first movement is just 2 pages. Then this one is longer, 5 pages. Then the third movement, lentamente, is 2 pages. And then the last movement, claro y conciso, not sure how to pronounce that, is 6 pages. So I'm assuming that it goes kind of like slow, fast, just based on the sizes of these movements. And it can't be a very long piece. I mean, 18 pages. Chavez composed it in New York. Composer himself performed it, or premiered it rather, at Edith Tawson Theater in New York on the 22nd of April. This was a series of Copland sessions concerts. What? Inspired by the example of Les Six in France, Copland sought out contemporaries such as Roger Sessions,
Roy Harris, Virgil Thomson, and Walter Piston, and quickly established himself as a spokesperson for composers of his generation. He founded the Copland Sessions concerts, Aaron Copland, Roger Sessions, to showcase these composers' chamber works to new audiences. And I guess Chavez also took part in the concerts to some extent. So this would be the five, the American five, which I've never heard of before. But these are all really big names. So, yeah, that's interesting. The score was also published in Henry Cowell's New Music Quarterly. As we're going back in time here, that publication is making more and more of a presence. I guess it was a really big deal. Link is in the video description. I should figure out which movements I'm listening to first of all. Yeah, I think it's just this one we got to work with. So someone performs the first two movements, takes about 5 minutes. That's all I'm going to listen to today. Link to this is in the video description, and if you can find a better recording of this, please let me know. Maybe there's something on Naxos. I prefer YouTube videos because I can put them in my playlists, so I'm just going to go with this one. Okay, nice. So that was a relatively easy listen. Before I talk about what I just heard, I do want to nerd out a little bit about these Copland Sessions concerts. So I'm going to try and find the one that has this piece in it. It might be the first one. Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's picture this concert, okay? So Sonata for Violin and Piano by Theodor Chandler. Ruth Warfield violin, Harry Kumpson piano. A 3-movement piece to start off, and then we have 3 pieces for flute, clarinet, and bassoon by Walter Piston. Then we have the Sonata for Piano by Carlos Chavez. None of the movements are listed, so it's simply just like sort of like how the movements aren't numbered in this. There's just different tempo indications. So yeah, it's kind of like a 1-movement thing, or presented that way. And it's sort of like dead center in the middle of the program. Then we have 5 phrases from the Song of Solomon by Virgil Thomson. This is for mezzo-soprano and percussion. Aaron Copland playing percussion in this one. And then to close off the concert are 3 sonatinas by Carlos Chavez. 1 for cello and piano, 1 for piano, and 1 for violin and piano. If we look at the other concerts, we see Roger Sessions, Aaron Copland, Ruth Crawford, female composer. Any other names I'm recognizing? We got some Henry Cowell on the 3rd concert. Some George Antheil as well. Hope I'm not saying that wrong. But a lot of like names that I don't know, just like American composers who didn't really, are sort of lost to time, you know. Concert 4 does have some Roy Harris and Virgil Thomson. The Virgil Thomson is seems to be the biggest thing on the program. Then concert 5 we have Aaron Copland. We have the Sonata for Piano again by Carlos Chavez on this 5th concert, and some pieces by Virgil Thomson. One of them seems to be dedicated to Gertrude Stein, interestingly, or uses some of her texts or something. And then a huge string sextet plus clarinet and piano. Oh, it's a sextet for string quartet, clarinet, and piano by Roy Harris. That's a cool instrumentation. Sort of like a clarinet quintet plus piano. Bunch of names I don't recognize. Nino Rota is on the 6th concert, and Henry Brandt. I think we have a Henry Brandt episode on the channel. I'll put the episode number up if I'm right. Concert 7 looks really small. all pieces for piano or violin and piano or violoncello piano. The piano Aaron Copland's piano trio at the end is the biggest thing on the program. So that's a nice compact one. Then the eighth program we got a bunch of different composers I've never seen before. And yeah, so it's really helping out a lot of people in the community, a lot of New Yorkers. Um, Concert 9, we have some music for film by different composers. So this is interesting. It must be in a movie theater with live musicians. So we have, I think I've seen this silent film before, H2O, but with music by Colin McPhee. Um, and then we have another film with music by Darius Milhaud. Um, and then I think we just have a piece simply called Music for the Theater by Aaron Copland. And Roger Sessions piece to round it off. And then Concert 10, we got a lot of the same names, mostly piano. Yeah, mostly piano stuff. Uh, and yeah, that last concert looks really compact. Like solo piano, oboe, and clarinet, then solo piano again, Aaron Copland's piano variations. I wonder if that was a premiere of it or not. That's a huge piece. Just solo soprano, I guess, and then a piano sonata by Roger Sessions, so that's going to be solo piano, and then the big piece at the end is a Virgil Thompson piece for choir and piano, I guess, because it has the London Singers. So over the course of 4 years, they had 10 concerts. Oh yeah, I didn't say anything about the piece. I liked the first two movements. I thought it flew by. I kind of wanted to hear the other two movements. It's nice to hear some of Chavez's piano music. It's really percussive, and I like the use of the low register of the piano. I could say a bunch of other things I like about it. Um, I think I like the first movement better. It's a really interesting little like 2 pages of music, and I really like this thing that ends both pages. You can see how the page itself influenced the composition and the score, and I always love to see that sort of materialism of the craft kind of thing. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Okay, so today is going to be the first episode of many which cover Henry Cowell's piano pieces, which he wrote in the 1920s. I'm not sure which one's first up. Just let me look for it in the spreadsheet here. The first one is from 1928, as far as I know, and it's called The Lilt of the Reel. These scores are pretty easy to find online. I think I downloaded them all from some random sheet music website, and they're increasingly like getting closer and closer to public domain. This one might not be because it's 1928, but a lot of the other ones we're looking at are 1925, so they would be in the public domain by now in most countries. Yeah, so this one is 4 pages, and you can see it has really big clusters with the right hand. So the sharp means it's the black keys that are part of the cluster, whereas towards the end of this phrase, hopefully my face isn't blocking it, you have a white key cluster indicated by the natural sign. And then you also have the bottom and top notes of the cluster. So these ones would probably be with your forearm on either the black keys or the white keys as you play these chords in the left hand. And
The tempo is fluctuating, which he indicates not with ritardando and accelerando, but with hurry and slow and normal. So it's almost like 3 different tempi, and you're just supposed to continue like that throughout the piece. Then we have a second section with both hands in the both hands in the lower register of the piano. The right hand is still doing clusters, but they're more like the size of your palm. And I think they're chromatic, so both black and white keys. Left hand clearly has a little melody there. And then we get sort of normal playing with clusters accenting beat 1 of every second measure. Then back to the B theme, and then this. I guess the B section of the piece is characterized by 2 different ideas. And then we're back to stuff from the beginning, but mixed with this new left-hand figuration. So all in all, pretty interesting. It seems to be very melody focused, right? It's like some sort of folk melody probably. And yeah, I've never heard it before, so I'll quickly look it up to see if there's any other info out there on it. Okay, if you look at it on IMSLP, it belongs to a set of 2 pieces. It's the first piece, and the second piece is Tiger. So I'm assuming that that's how they're normally published. But I don't think I have Tiger. Tiger is a very popular one. It's like really fast. But I could easily just download it now, I guess. We're gonna stick to what I have. But first published in 1930 with Universal Edition, and let's see if I can find anything else out about it. I guess the Tiger is 3 minutes, and this first piece is 2 minutes. I'm just trying to figure out if this is based off of a real melody. I guess we'll never know. This is the video I'm going to be recommending, though, so yeah, have a listen with me today. It's only 2 minutes, and I'll let you know what I think of this one. Excited to be getting into the clustery stuff, which is very old. This is very original for modern music, 1920s, right? This is sort of like the very beginnings of like extended techniques in contemporary music. Okay, so this one was a lot of fun. Ended up being really strophic. It's sort of like the 2 variations of one melody, just repeating over and over again, which makes it very easy to listen to, I find. I really like the sound of this like 3-layer stuff where you have these inner voice chords, right? Um, that are almost completely covered up by the melody, which is clusters. So it's cool. You got like 1 layer that's in octaves, very consonant, 1 layer that's in sort of like 7th chords or open fifths, like, more dense, and then you have clusters on top. And I think that's just a really cool idea. Like it just gets each layer is more dissonant as you get higher. Um, and yeah, surprisingly, well, maybe not that surprisingly, the cluster uh, has a lot of flexibility in terms of technique. Like it's really easy to do it staccato, and to have it as staccato as the other hand. There's a lot of dynamic control. It's just almost like ordinary playing. A little bit hard to slur it with your whole elbow and you're using your whole forearm kind of thing. But I think the pianist does a pretty good job. Definitely something that would only work on a modern instrument, like you need to use the pedal to kind of make some of the stuff come across. Um, but yeah, very interesting. Um, I expect we'll hear a few pieces like this, because what is it? Three Irish Legends is one of them. Yeah, so expect more folk song arrangements from Henry Cowell.
This morning I'm listening to another piano piece by Henry Cowell. It's actually going to be a very famous one today. I'm listening to The Banshee. So this piece is famous because it is entirely played inside the piano, almost. And it's one of the first pieces to do so. So Cowell is famous for doing clusters, like piano clusters, but he didn't invent that technique. That was, I think, first pioneered by Leo Ornstein. Um, but I'm as far as I know, this inside the piano stuff is Cowell's invention, and it's gone on to influence all kinds of contemporary music. As one could imagine, it's 1925 or so it was composed. So it's been 100 years since people started doing this. Obviously, a lot of music since then has used the same technique. Um, and obviously, this notation that he went with the circled letters did not catch on. People have found much better ways to notate this. Basically, but it's like a little interesting historical document almost, the way he decided to write the performance notes. Because not a lot of pieces at this point in time had performance notes or needed performance notes. But we're getting into the realm of extended techniques. So along with the score, we actually have this nice sort of legend for how to read it. His first, like the general explanation is it's played on the open strings of the piano, the player standing at the crook. Another person must sit at the keyboard and hold down the damper pedal throughout the composition. The whole work should be played an octave lower than written. Now, I don't think it's impossible to hold the damper down yourself. It's just a little bit uncomfortable. You need to have a pretty strong core and strong leg muscles to do that because you're more or less standing on one foot. Um, and I think a lot of contemporary pianists have no trouble with that. Here he advises that someone else holds down the pedal. You could also just put a sandbag on the pedal, I would assume. Obviously, it has to be played on a grand piano, right? So you're standing up and reaching into the strings in front of you. RH stands for right hand, LH stands for left hand, and then there's all these letters that indicate different things. A indicates sweeping with the flesh of the finger across the strings. So this is like the way you would play a harp, a glissando. B is sweeping lengthwise across the string with the flesh of the finger. So this is like going up and down the string. It's a very different effect. C is basically just A, but it's for a specific sweep across the entire range of the instrument. D is plucking like specific strings with the flesh of your finger. E is just basically another sweep like B, but it's across a very small range of notes. F is sweeping across sweeping. Sorry, E, because B is sweeping lengthwise on the string, E is the same thing, but like with multiple fingers on multiple strings, right? So, I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? It's just a extension of it. Effectively, he just has two techniques. You're either doing a harp bliss type thing, or you're sweeping along the string. And then he has modifiers, which is you could use your fingernail or the flesh of your finger. You could do multiple strings at the same time. In the case of the one that goes down the strings, and you could gliss different ranges of the instrument in different directions, and with both hands. It's like, basically what he has is two techniques and multiple modifiers for each technique, but he's listing every possible combination as a different technique, and it gets very confusing, and it's not even laid out in an order that is intuitive.
So I guess this is a very, you know, not a great first attempt at giving instructions to performers. But here's what it looks like on the page, and I think graphically it makes sense, right? You have glisses, like a glissando symbol that's going up through the pitches for what you would imagine is a harp gliss, and then when you land on a specific note and you're sweeping lengthwise, it's just like a continuation of the note, right? Um, I think that is very straightforward. The letters are not going to add much, except maybe telling you whether or not to use your fingernail. The pizzicato I think, would be a third technique. Yeah, that's a different thing. Maybe I can find a performance history on this thing. Like maybe it was controversial when it was premiered. Yeah, first piece performed entirely free of the keyboard. Due to the performance style, it was a disruption of the contemporary expectations of piano recitals, intended to create discomfort for the audience as well as the pianist. I think that's a good way of summarizing it. Like this is a controversial thing to be doing. And for some reason the score is notated an octave higher than it should sound. I guess yeah, it should be the very low strings of the instrument. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, the Banshee is the inspiration for it. A wailing spirit. Well, I'll try to find an interesting performance. Link to the recording is in the video description, and I will let you know what I think of this piece. I haven't listened to it in a really long time. And now I have listened to all this George Crumb and all this other piano repertoire, so I have something to compare it to and something to chew on here. Okay. Yeah, this was actually more more out there than I expected. I assumed that the pianist would be reaching over the tuning pegs to do this, which maybe you could. But this orientation in this video makes a lot more sense, actually, and it explains why there's a second person simply holding down the damper. Yeah, I guess it just didn't click in my brain how this would look visually, and it's actually very theatrical and powerful, and I would love to see this in a concert, actually. From this orientation, a lot of the techniques makes a little bit more sense to differentiate them just because of the physicality of going across these low strings. And I think with a shorter grand like this may only be a 5-foot grand or something. It's actually necessary to do it from this angle because you can see the frame of the piano gets in the way. You couldn't do it from the other side, so that makes sense too. Maybe with a 9-foot grand, you could actually just do it from with both players at the keyboard kind of thing. But this look is a lot more striking, actually. So, yeah, and also the sounds are very, I like the idea of it being disturbing on purpose, because that's what a lot of the sounds are like, and it's programmatic, and yeah, just really cool. I think when a lot of people do stuff inside the piano, I'm not talking about George Crumb here, but a lot of composers do it because they feel like they have to sound contemporary, and that's totally the wrong use, I think. I think it is always going to be theatrical and dramatic, and you know, this application makes a lot more sense. And I think a lot of George Crumb's music is theatrical and creepy, and there's always some programmatic reason to be playing inside the piano. I don't think it's just purely technical. Really unique sounding. I'm really glad I was able to add this to the piano series because it's
It's a classic, but it also sounds unlike everything we've been listening to. Today's piece is Aeolian Harp by Henri Cowell. This is a piece for solo piano. We have seen it referenced once, actually, in George Crumb's Mikrokosmos I. There's a movement called Aeolian Harp, which is a nod to this piece, which was written probably 50 years earlier, and in 1923, apparently. And the main technique with this one is sort of you're depressing keys silently at the piano and then strumming the strings inside the piano so that they ring, right? So you can imagine this is with the pedal up and not depressed. So there's nothing else sustaining. The only dampers that have been lifted are for the notes that you've depressed. And as you strum across, you will, or sweep across, you will of course pluck them. But all the strings that are plucked that are dampened will not resonate, and the ones that, like for example, the D flat major chord here that the piece starts with, that will ring out. So that's kind of the technique. There's also this technique which we saw in the Banshee yesterday, where you hold down the pedal and then just pluck individual notes. And of course you can do this like harp effect in either direction. So and it's like kind of rolled. So yeah, there's these arrows in either direction. Some other explanations here. Both sweeps and plucks are made with the flesh of the finger unless otherwise indicated. There's two indications for where to pluck the strings. So near the tuning pegs is called outside. That would be sort of like your sul ponticello, if you could think of the piano as a giant string instrument, or maybe comparing it to a harp would make more sense. That's your like sur la table. And then inside is more near the center of the string. So inside just means like where you would typically pluck the string if it were a harp, but obviously from your position you have to reach farther in. So, and like I was hinting at earlier, he says except where indicated, the pedal must never be down while the strings are being swept, thus, because you would ruin the effect. But yeah, this is a very famous piece. I'm happy to share it with you today if you've never heard it before, and I invite you to spend the next couple of minutes listening to it, and meet back here after this transition for my opinions on it. Okay, so this is a really good recording of this, and it's great visual representation of the performance. You get to see everything really. You can even see this sort of differentiation between inside and outside, which is kind of more clear when you see the frame of the piano. It's like inside is before the dampers, or sorry, outside is before the dampers, inside is after the dampers, right? And it's an interesting little idea. You kind of have the background idea, which is these chords, and then the pizzicato stuff is outside and it's in the foreground. So it's the foreground idea. And it just kind of alternates back and forth like that. This one fortissimo moment where it's still, you're still strumming the chords, but it's with the thumbnail. That's a real moment and quite difficult to pull off, I think, but this performance is a really good representation. It gives you a sense of like how much more presence just like adding the fingernail adds, right? It's a completely different sound from the flesh of the finger, which the performer switches back into on the second last line here. That's it for Henri Cowell today.
Um, if I look at my list here, we have probably 4 more scores of his. Um, but we just hammered out the Banshee and this one, which are the two really big extended technique ones. So yeah. Today I'm listening to this piano piece by American composer Henry Cowell called Frisking. It's actually a movement from a multi-movement work called Nine Ings. So number 2 is just called Frisking. 1916 is when he composed these ones. I don't know why I have this one in particular. I think because it was just freely available online when around the time I was downloading all of these piano pieces of his. And yeah, nothing. Well, there's a couple of weird things going on with this score. So first off, you have 2 different key signatures, 1 flat and 5 flats. And the key with 1 flat has some C sharps in it and D sharps. So I'm thinking this is like D minor, whereas the lower staff is probably D flat major or something like that. So it might be like, it looks like there might be some modal mixture as well as this polytonal stuff going on. And another weird thing I'm noticing right off the bat is that um, the bar lines don't line up. You probably already noticed that too. So this first measure has a pickup of 1/8 note, whereas the bottom line has a pickup of 1/8 note. The top line has a pickup of 2/8 notes. So right off the bat, the bar lines are staggered, and I'm seeing if it changes at any point. No, I think it just continues like that, which is really weird. Like, I don't think any modern composers would bother to notate like this. I've seen like 2 different time signatures at the same time with, bar lines not matching up, but the same time signature just displaced is kind of a weird idea. Um, it does complicate reading it a little bit. So you can download the complete ings off of IMSLP. I'm not going to bother to do that today, but the other ings, so floating is number 1, then number 2, the one we're looking at today, is frisking. Then we have fleeting, then scooting, then wafting, and we end with seething. And I guess these were published 1922, and the composition year I have here is 1916. I guess some of them he would have finished in 1917 as well, because it says 1917 here. Yeah. Let's just have a listen to this thing. Curious to see what it sounds like, because it is a Henry Cowell piece I've never listened to before. So, yeah. Link is in the video description. Hopefully I can find a recording of just this movement, you know what I mean? And we'll get back into things here after a quick listen. Okay, so the sort of organization of this piece was throwing me for a loop. So the IMSLP score I was looking at was labeled 9 ings, but it was actually 6 ings, which is also the recording I found. So what I read out before was the 6 ings, floating, frisking, fleeting, scooting, wafting, seething. There's also a 9 ings, which contains the same 6, but 3 additional ones. And the 3 additional ones are all at the end: whisking, sneaking, and swaying. So if you're curious, that 9 ings version is 16 minutes long, whereas the 6 ings version is only about 10 minutes long, maybe 9 minutes long. So, yeah, that is sort of what little history I've found on this piece and where it comes from. Uh, actually I don't know if 6 ings preceded 9 ings or if it was the reverse. Maybe because this is labeled 1916, maybe 9 ings was the first one, and then in 1917 Cowell removed 3 of them or something and just published them as 6. Um, so, anyways, regardless, I thought this was a fascinating little polytonal study because the melody is very folk-like and simple in the right hand, whereas all of this meandering stuff in the left hand is very much like disturbing the piece and creating all kinds of like dissonant clashes, obscuring the tonality. And yeah, it was an interesting experience because you can, if you focus on the melody, you can hear it in one key, or if you lose focus, you can quickly hear it in the bottom key. So I think it's a very successful essay on polytonality and could be very useful in a pedagogical sense. I remember at UNT I had to teach students polytonality as a concept. Um, so and I had to get students to write music like that. So this would be a really good example of what you should do um, to get the effect that's desired with that technique. Yeah, I'll resist the urge to listen to the other ones today, but if it interests you, I encourage you to listen to the rest. Hopefully, this was a nice introduction to the Ing series by Henry Cowell. Today, I'm going to be listening to 3 Irish Legends by American composer Henry Cowell. These are piano pieces which are famous for their use of clusters. And it looks like each legend has a little explanation, so I guess I can read those out too as we go through the score together. The year on this one, I think, is not immediately apparent. Okay, this one's 1922, so it's quite old. It's not as old as the Cowell piece we looked at yesterday, but yeah, it's definitely very early work. So the first movement is called The Tides of Manaunaun. Manaunaun was the god of motion, and long before the creation he set forth tremendous tides which swept to and fro through the universe and rhythmically moved the particles and materials of which the gods were later to make the suns and worlds. This is the story according to John Varian. You can see it starts in the extreme low register of the piano with these octave clusters in the left hand, and it continues to grow like that. This second one is called the Hero Sun, according to John Varian. The gods created all the suns and sent them out into space, but these suns, instead of lighting the universe, congregated closely together, enjoying each other's society, and the universe was in darkness. Then one of the gods told the suns of a place where people were living in misery on account of the lack of light, and a strong young sun rose and hurled himself out into the darkness until he came to this place, which was our earth, and the hero sun was sacrificed, who sacrificed the companionship of the other suns to light the earth is our sun. So, interesting cosmology. This one opens with black key stuff, and it has a lot of black key clusters, as you can see. That's what the sharps mean on top of these ones. Whereas these other ones, I think, were chromatic clusters, or maybe white key clusters. Also, the first movement has 2 different key signatures, so maybe it is sort of like white keys in the left hand, black keys in the right hand kind of thing. But okay, so there's that one. Sorry if I'm going back and forth a bit. The voice of Lur, Lur of the half tongue,
was the father of the gods and of the universe. When he gave the orders for creation, the gods who executed his commands understood but half of what he said, owing to his having only half a tongue, with the result that for everything that has been created there is an unexpressed and concealed counterpart, which is the other half of Lur's plan of creation. So, cool. We got some four stave stuff in this one at some point, which is interesting. I guess you would have to do this. I don't know how this is supposed to be played, because it says right hand, left hand for the top two, and then right arm, left arm for the bottom two. Playing these offbeat. So you have to play with your hands and you're alternating playing with your hands and playing with your arms. Okay. That's pretty intense. But I see the logic here. Okay, so the first movement was a standalone piece before this and was premiered publicly in 1917, serving as the prelude to a theatrical production called The Building of Banba. And yeah, I guess this was all based on Theosophist John Osborne Varian and his poetry. Theosophy is a United States religious movement founded primarily by the Russian Helena Blavatsky, and based on her writings, it draws heavily from both older European philosophies and other things, and Indian religion. Okay. Then John Varian was an American poet and amateur musician. He was born in 1963, died in 1931. One of the early members of the Temple of the People. I'm assuming this is Theosophist. Yes. I guess now it is the unincorporated community of Halcyon in San Luis Obispo County, California. Born in Ireland, John Varian and his wife Agnes became members of the Theosophical Society in Dublin, where the movement attracted literary figures such as W.B. Yeats, James Cousins, and others. Then they immigrated from Ireland to the U.S., first settling in Syracuse, New York. Varian's strong interest in Irish mythology helped fuel the interest of the young composer Henry Cowell in Irish folk culture and mythology. Cowell had previously befriended Varian's son Russell in 1911, when both boys were in their teens, and a piano sonata that Cowell composed for Russell brought Cowell to the attention of the elder Varian. And then he wrote this music that we're talking about for The Building of Banba. And yeah, the first movement would later become one of his most famous and widely performed pieces. Cowell himself described this as an opera, even though other people saw it more as a play. And it was staged in the summer of 1917 at the convention of the Theosophical Community at Halcyon. So this is a really interesting side of Cowell that I was not aware of, and it explains a lot of the folk inspirations we've been seeing in his piano music. Yeah, I think it's kind of fascinating. I'm trying to think of what an equivalent would be today in the 21st century, but yeah, I think thinking of like the 1920s, they were sort of a period of real optimism in America and experimenting in the arts, like a lot of experimentation in the arts, and sort of like a lot of that was fueled by different forms of spiritualism and different religious movements, I think. So this is I think we're kind of getting into the real history of experimental American music, and I don't think it's that unusual that Cowell would go on to teach John Cage, and then John Cage would be famous for being a very spiritual experimental composer as well. So, of course, Cage was like more of a Zen Buddhist and was famous for that. But this is sort of like the equivalent a generation earlier in the US. Um, Anyways, this is not really a religion YouTube channel, so I'm sort of just like connecting dots that may not be there, but I think it's kind of fascinating. And Cowell referenced a lot of Irish mythology in his early works. So we have these three pieces, but also, of course, the Banshee, which we've looked at on the channel. And there's some other pieces here which I'm not familiar with, like the Leprechaun, the Harp of Life, um, the Trumpet of Angus Og, all of which were composed in the 1920s. So, yeah, that's sort of where I'll stop with the research for today. It's funny what you can find just like digging a little bit. I've heard these pieces before. I didn't know why they were Irish legends. I wasn't sure what, like, I'd never even bothered to read the text before. So this is kind of a fascinating little insight into Cowell's work and his theatrical work. Like, he's not famous as an opera composer, but he has like this opera apparently. So yeah, really, really interesting. I will leave a link in the video description to the recording today. Please listen to that and then meet back here for a couple minutes of my thoughts on what we heard. Okay, yeah, so this looks like a lot of fun to play. It's really, really powerful music, actually. It's like pretty emotional and theatrical, and it's kind of a gold mine for all these cluster effects. So I'm just gonna list a few. I'm just gonna list a few that struck me. So the first one, there's this idea of rhythmically like making waves through the universe, and there's this technique at the climax of the piece where you're actually rolling the clusters with your forearm, and it's a really cool effect, and this performer does a great job with it. But I thought that was really fascinating. The last movement, of course, has this like really interesting use of rests in combination with clusters. So you have like these basically you're articulating these octaves with the cluster. So there's a cluster in the middle, and then you hit it with your full hand and then release and just hold the octave on the and of every note. It's really interesting. It seems obvious to point out the four staff stuff, so I was trying to avoid it. But actually, if you look closely at the notation and how it's performed, it's a very useful technique. You have the left arm on the white keys and the right arm on the black keys. So it's like this motion with both arms. They're not offset by any means. So this is how you get a really big chromatic cluster on like all the keys basically. And it's very powerful, right? It appears very like it looks really cool when someone's performing it. Yeah, really fascinating one to end on. I think I have another Cowell piece later, but we're taking a break from going through all of his piano pieces. I think tomorrow's is a physical score. Let me just double check. No, we're doing, if I can find it, some Carlos Chavez, and then there's a physical score, and then we have Leo Ornstein, a contemporary of Henry Cowell, and two other Cowell pieces. And that'll bring us well into the 19 teens. So it's sort of like the home stretch, honestly, of this piano series. It's feeling kind of momentous. Today's piece or group of pieces is the Bagatelles Opus 5 by Alexander Shrepnin. These pieces were composed during World War I, so completed in 1917, and then first published in 1923, I believe. And today it's a physical score. This is a score that my piano teacher had me buy towards the end of my pre-university studies. So I think I was playing piano at around a grade 8 level when I purchased this. And yeah, this is published by Alfred, edited by Lynn Friedman Olsen. And I believe these are somewhat pedagogical works, so they're pretty popular with pianists. This score is great because it has a note on the edition, on the piece itself, and the composer, so it saves me a lot of time going online and looking up information. So I should be able to do a quick and easy intro to the piece here for you. There are 10 pieces, 10 bagatelles. They are Allegro Marziale, con vivacità, vivo, lento con tristezza, dolce, allegro con spirito, prestissimo, allegro, allegretto, and presto. So a lot of fast tempo indications. The original edition contains rather open dynamic schemes. In performance, the composer himself clearly added more dynamics. But here we're providing a version as close to the original as possible. Pedaling and fingering, however, have been added by the editor as a performing aid. The pedal is often intended but not shown in the original score. Fingerings, of course, are more of an opinion, more a matter of opinion. In a rather well-known edition, Isidore Philipp revised these pieces, and many teachers and performers have been influenced by this edition. So I guess this edition by Lynn Friedman Olsen marks a return to the original manuscript and tries to get at the composer's intent a little bit more. These are his most popular work, apparently, and he also presented them in a version with piano and orchestra. Their appeal lies in their modern touch and great accessibility of sound, I guess. Yeah, this is pretty descriptive. It's not really saying much about the origins of them or why the composer wrote them. They may be grouped in any matter, including a traditional top-to-bottom offering. And there's some advice on how to group them together. Pretty bland description. This does not tell me anything about the piece. But we got a nice bio here of Alexander Shrepnin. Was born in St. Petersburg, Russia in 1899 to a family of composers and pianists. When he was 33, he lived in China and Japan, where he promoted the compositions of his own pieces, like he promoted himself and compositions by Chinese and Japanese composers. He founded his own publishing house in Tokyo for this purpose and married a Chinese pianist, Li Xianming. And from 1949 onward, though, he lived in the United States, teaching at DePaul University, music theory teacher. His wife was also invited to join the faculty. He became a U.S. citizen in 1958, moving to New York City in 1964. He has produced 6 piano concertos between 1919 and 1965. He also completed 3 operas. 2 of his sons went into music as well. And his 3rd son became more of a businessman. Alexander's own musical life was more involved in experimental writing than many people realize. He was a musical innovator, and he created a new scale that today bears his name. This scale contains 9 tones rather than the usual 7. Oriental influences were also understandably strong in his writing. He created a set of Chinese bagatelles, for instance. And then his dates, I guess, are 1899 to 1977. So he lived a pretty long life, almost to 80. There's some notes in this edition on each of the bagatelles. I'm not going to go through this because they're more editor notes. They're not really from the composer himself. So, yeah, they're in sort of the same flowery language that characterized Lynn's editor's note. And then we get to the bagatelles themselves. Let's have a look at the start of each one. Number 1 is to Maika Kalamkarova. It's possible that all of them are dedicated to this person. We'll see. Yeah, all of them are dedicated to that person. So I'll look into them in a bit. Number 2 starts this way. Number 3 is in 3/8. Number 4 starts with the left hand alone, piano, and it's actually very slow. Number 5, pianissimo at the beginning. Number 6 in 4/2, oddly. Number 7 also in 3/8, like the other fast movement we looked at. And then we got 3 more here. Eight is in 12/8, 4 flats. 9 starts with this ostinato in the right hand and senza pedal at the beginning. And then 10 is presto, and it starts with this simple ascending scale thing. Okay, the only thing I could find on Maika Kalamkarova is that she premiered these bagatelles in Georgia, the country, not the state. I guess around the time they were composed, like 19-teens. And so obviously a pianist, but if you Google her name, mostly you just get lots of links to this set of bagatelles. So clearly not a name that has made a lasting impact on the internet. Maybe if you go through some books, you can find something on her. Link to a recording is in the video description for these. They're all really short, so you can actually get through them all in about 12 minutes. So that's the plan, and I'm going to let you know what I think, and that'll be it for today. This is going to be the only Shrapnel episode, as you can imagine. I don't got any other scores by him. Okay, so just briefly my thoughts on this piece. I had a huge rush of nostalgia hearing the 9th bagatelle because I suddenly realized that was the one that I had to learn. So I had like a vivid memory of like learning it and playing it. And I remember really enjoying it. Like all of these are very pianistic to play. And yeah, and the 9th one I think is a pretty good one. Like I like the ones that are simpler and it's just kind of melody and accompaniment. He's a really gifted miniaturist and melodist, and they all sound very modern, but in a kind of stripped down Russian way. So I can really see the appeal in them. Trying to think which ones I really liked. I really liked the Prestissimo one. I think that's number 7. Yeah, that one's really fun. And 1 and 2 were both really interesting. I think one thing I didn't like about them was the use of extreme low and extreme upper register. I found it a little bit like he would always sort of like go up there or go down there. but like with scales or arpeggios, and I understand it's supposed to be they're supposed to be like pedagogical, but it's a little bit cliche the third or fourth time you hear him do it. So um, yeah, I kind of would rather these were even shorter and more like miniatures, and he would just like show you one great melody after another with an interesting accompaniment. I think that's sort of the strong parts of it. So that'll be it for Shrepnin. Glad I haven't featured a Russian composer in a really long time. I think since like Ustvolskaya. So it was nice to have some Russian music from the early 20th century to round off the piano series.
Okay, so today's piece is Leo Ornstein's Fourth Piano Sonata. We also, in this piano series, have listened to Ornstein's Eighth Piano Sonata, which was written much, much, much later, like at the end of his life. Whereas this and the other early sonatas are like, I'm assuming 1920s. The score doesn't have an exact year on it. But yeah, Ornstein was this virtuosic pianist whose career kind of exploded at the turn of the century. He was really, really like a young prodigy, you know. So he kind of peaked before he was even 20 years old. Um, and he composed a number of piano sonatas. He was famous for inventing uh, like or pioneering the use of tone clusters on piano. And as far as I can tell, his early stuff was very modern for the time. Um, he had an influence on Henri Cowell and was uh, we looked at this Carlos Chavez piece the other day, and we were looking through these concerts that Aaron Copland and Roger Sessions organized in the 1920s, and I didn't catch it at the time, but Leo Ornstein actually popped up a bit. It's like some of his piano music was featured in those concerts, so that was his circle for a time in New York. Date on it seems to be 1918, so even earlier than I thought. And the first movement is marked moderato con moto. The second movement is just marked simplice, simple. The third movement is called lento, and it's a little bit slower. It's still quarter equals. I thought it said quarter equals 80, but no, it is very slow. It's quarter equals 50, and it ends with 5 staves. Okay. Then the fourth movement is just called marked vivo, and it's very fast, and it sticks to 2 or 3 staves for the most part. Never mind, it gets even bigger. Um, yeah, so it's just a 4 movement piece. It looks pretty standard in terms of form. It looks very difficult to play, and it's got all kinds of crazy multi-staff things which remind me of Scriabin. This publisher I've never heard of before, Poon Hill Press. Um, but they published the Eighth Piano Sonata as well. That was the edition we were looking at way back when. It seems to be connected to this website that distributes all of his scores. The material on this site has been prepared by the composer's son, Severo Ornstein. I don't want to email him. The composer's grandson, David, designed the website. So you got audio, you got recordings of nearly all of his piano music, and his cello sonatas and other string music, like his string quartets, and you even have recordings of his piano concerti. Wow. Okay. So yeah, we got MP3s of everything you could want, and then a discography so you can purchase recordings, um, and then of course all the scores and a complete list of works, which is kind of interesting. They don't have the scores for 3 of the solo piano works,
and they don't have the score for one of the four-hand piano works. Some chamber scores are missing. They only have four of his orchestra pieces. The piano concerto, which is split up into three movements for some reason, and his Prelude Tragique, they have the score for that as well. So if I wanted to, I could get really into this and do a much larger Leo Ornstein series, but I think I'm just gonna stop here. Link to a recording is in the video description. It's about a 20-minute listen today. I'll let you know what I think after this brief transition. Feel free to leave the video now to listen, or listen after you've heard my thoughts, however you like to go about these. Okay, nice. So I forgot to shout out the pianist in this recording, Janice Weber. Yeah, really phenomenal performance. It's clearly a very challenging piece, which was probably meant for Leo Ornstein to play. Like, there's probably something about the composer's own performance practice and touch that suits this style of music really well. Like, there's some sort of integration there. I liked it a lot more than the Eighth Piano Sonata. I think the Eighth Piano Sonata was sort of didn't really have a wealth of ideas, whereas this, all of the melodies are really, they have really good hooks. They're catchy. There's a real emphasis on melody in this sort of high romantic style. Some of the movements seem kind of like filler, like the second movement especially. But the fourth movement is actually really good, and it's like a nice showcase of the composer's inventiveness when it comes to different like figurations on the piano and different like ways around the instrument. And it's kind of like a rondo form thing with a really catchy ritornello theme. And it has this nice modal flavor to it. I think I haven't listened to a lot of Ornstein outside of these two pieces, but this fourth movement is like uh, much better than everything else. Like, this seems like a real piece of classical music that belongs in the canon, but the other three movements are a little bit forgettable. Everything, of course, is in his music is a bit derivative. I think he's really indebted to Debussy. Um, he also wrote this at age 25, I think, or no, 23 he would have been. So you can keep that in mind too, right? He's a young man sort of like leaving um, his sort of like prodigious performance career behind and trying to get into composing. And he's trying to write something serious here. I think he excels more at um, small character pieces. I don't know if he's as great with the sonata form, um, but yeah, very inventive and clearly attractive to pianists. So, a welcome challenge, a very pianistic piece. All right, so today's piece is Fabric by Henri Cowell, American composer. Fabric is a piano piece with a unique notation, and it's actually a unique rhythmic notation. There's a whole big description of it here, but if you look at the score itself, it's just 2 pages, and there's a bunch of different note heads, right? There's triangle note heads, square note heads, regular note heads, and diamond note heads. The whole idea is that instead of writing tuplets, right, as ways of subdividing the beat, you could use note heads to represent subdivisions of the beat. So why don't we just read how Cowell lays it out for us? No one has ever done this before, right? This is some experimental music writing around 1917 or something. And Cowell's doing his best here to write performance notes, even though no one has ever really written performance notes in their pieces before. So, in musical time, a whole note is the unit by which all shorter time values are measured. For instance, an eighth note occupies 1/8 of a whole note, a quarter note occupies 1/4, etc. The only regular system of subdividing a whole note is into halves, quarters, eighths, etc. If we want other time values, we need to write triplets, right? So triplet eighths, for example, divide the whole note into 12, as we all know. It is here proposed that all these irregular time values be called by their correct names according to the part of the whole note they occupy, right? Thus, triplet half notes are called third notes, right? Instead of half note triplets or whatever, because they occupy the third of a whole note. And then a quintuplet quarters, or, there's not really a defined name for them, but a quintuplet, you could just call them fifth notes because each one is a fifth of a whole note, right? So basically, he's kind of creating a harmonic series of rhythms, right? If you think about it, right, the harmonic series, you take a fundamental pitch and then you double it and triple it, multiply it by 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Here you're taking a rhythmic value and you're subdividing it by different factors, right? So we have your regular note heads are as they are. Then you have all the subdivisions by 3, right? So your third note, sixth note, 12th note, 24th note, 48th note are triangle note heads. If you subdivide by 5, your 5th notes, your 10th notes, your 20th notes, and your 40th notes are going to have square note heads. And you can see how we're going right up by prime numbers so far. So then we have 7th notes with diamond note heads. 9th notes have rectangle note heads. I don't think 9th notes need their own notation. I think here's where it breaks down a little bit. These should be all prime numbers, but here you go. 11th notes are with a cross through a regular note head. 13th notes you put a cross through a triangle note head, and 15th notes you put a cross through a square note head, etc. I think, a couple of things that bother me about this notation. You have to distinguish between squares and rectangles, and the rectangle, writing that out is going to be very difficult. Also, you have to distinguish between note heads with a cross through them and not with a cross through them, which I think is hard to read. In the case of subdividing by 5 and 7, it looks pretty elegant, I think. But it's like you're just using the whole note as a reference pitch when you should be able to use any note value as a reference. Right? What if I want to subdivide the measure into 3 and then each of those into 7? Do I have to make up a new note head? I should be able to do diamonds of a triangle or whatever. But I guess at that point you're just doing tuplet notation. So here's what it looks like in practice. For the first couple of measures, he shows you the tuplet numbers, and then he just continues to write it. So the interesting thing about this piece, Fabric, is you actually have lots of polyrhythms going on, and you're just expected to sort of read them. So it totally changes your relationship to the beat. But yeah, it's basically a harmonic series of rhythms, kind of. So I'm going to let you listen to this now. I put a link in the video description. It's only a couple minutes, and then I'll let you know what I think, having heard it myself. I don't think I've actually heard this thing. I've just seen it as an example, of experimental music, right? So let's see, is this worth pursuing, or is this just a one-off thing that Cowell did? All right, cool. So the actual piece isn't very romantic sounding, almost like Scriabin. It reminds me of a little bit. And it sounds like a lot of, the harmonies are pretty conservative, actually. The notation is obviously the cool part about it. I like how it starts real complex and then by the end you get simple, right? Like here we just have a 6/8 kind of thing, but at the very beginning you get 6/5/8. And then you also get 7/5/8. Here in measure 5 we get 6/5/9, right? So it's like pretty complicated. You can see he's sort of writing a music that justifies the use of this notation. To be fair, I think there's other applications for this notation. Like there are a lot of folk musics where, um, the main rhythmic subdivision is in 5, right? And you could, even if you're thinking about the realm of pop music, right? There's like a lot of switching up beats in dubstep, for example, where like you have to be able to feel 3/4 all the time. You might switch to 3. You might have like quintuplets in a breakdown or something, right? So I feel like if you're explaining some sort of dance music that isn't notated, this notation might actually make sense, but you wouldn't need nearly all of these subdivisions. You'd probably just need like the triangle and square note heads. You'd probably almost never use the diamond note heads. So, yeah, I think it's like an interesting system. It's a little bit flawed. Like it's not as flexible as just writing tuplets, but it's cleaner to look at. So, um, in any way, it's by any means, it's very creative, and it's like really crazy to think someone was doing this in 1917, right? Just trying to like come up with ways of thinking about rhythm. And also like this was hugely influential to composers at the time. Like Conlon Nairncaro went on to do all of this crazy player piano stuff. I mean, pretty much the only like textbook he had to push him in that direction of rhythmic complexity was New Musical Resources by Henry Cowell. Like this was it. For a lot of composers, this was the only access to experimental music they had, and people just ran with it, right? So I think this is a very influential little piece of music, even if it didn't, if even if the notation didn't catch on. Um, so yeah, that's my spiel about this one. The last Henry Cowell piece will be tomorrow. I think it is. Just looking at the list here, it's probably going to be Dynamic Motion. Um, so yeah, that's Fabric. All right, so today's piece is Dynamic Motion by Henry Cowell. This is a piano piece, and I don't have a year on it on the score itself. It's actually, compared to the other scans I have, it's a little bit weird. It's not from some larger volume. It's just kind of like, it says Henry Cowell at the top. Um, okay, so it looks like we have silently depressed notes and resonance stuff. And then we also have these huge clusters, which I think you would have to, these like, basically you have both of your forearms around the same range of the piano, and the right hand's over the black keys, the right forearm is over the black keys, left forearm over the white, and you're just doing these crazy like things. Um, yeah, one thing I've appreciated about all of these Cowell pieces we've been looking at is they're always still challenging and pianistic, right? He's not like using any of this as a special effect. He's like, this is a way of playing. Like this is just the way you can play the piano now. Um, Whereas a lot of people who use these techniques are more conservative. I mean, like this is right. It's crazy. You also have to like, you can accent a single note at the bottom of your cluster. Yeah, this one's gonna be really intense. You got rolled clusters. um, like rolled forearm clusters, you know, and yeah, okay. This is a good one to end on. For those of you who haven't been following along, there's several other Henry Cowell piano pieces, which have been given, like I've done a whole episode on each of them, and we've just been working our way more or less back in time, or what I thought was going back in time when I put them into my spreadsheet. Um, but this ended up being the last one, 1916. So it is one of the first ones. Here's what the manuscript looks like. That's interesting. So yeah, he's conceiving of the notation in multistaff right from the start. He wrote this as a teenager while studying at University of California, Berkeley, and it's the first tone cluster piece, and it's really crazy. Okay. He first presented it to Charles Seeger, his teacher at the time, and it seems like Seeger was very supportive, actually, but the two of them agreed that audiences would not respond well to this stuff. Um, but it was sort of like, for the sake of innovation, this needed to be performed. They were kind of in agreement on that. Uh, I guess Cowell was playing this on in concert tours himself, and then he wrote 5 encores. So if he performed this and it received a good response and he needed to do an encore, he would play one of these 5. Um, but yeah, dynamic motion and its encores have elicited outrage, confusion, and outright violence at various concerts. So we got a lot of juicy little anecdotes to get into here. Um, this looks like the piece that really got Cowell infamous, um, gained him infamy, and made him the tone cluster guy. Okay, New York, March 31st, 1922. At the finish of Cowell's performance of dynamic motion, 3 women lay in a dead faint in the aisle, and no less than 10 men had refreshed themselves from the left hip. I guess drawn their swords or guns or something. October 15th, 1923, Leipzig. As Cowell progressed further into the concert, deliberately saving the loudest and most provocative pieces for last, the audience reception became more and more audibly hostile. Gasps and screams were heard. Uh, a man in the front row threatened to physically remove him from the stage. He recalls the audience was yelling and stamping and clapping and hissing until I could hardly hear myself. They stood up during most of the performance and got up as near as me and the piano as they could. Some of those who disapproved my methods were so excited that they almost threatened me with physical violence. Those who liked the music restrained them. The 2 groups began shouting over and confronting one another, which eventually turned to a large physical confrontation and riot on stage, after which the Leipzig police were promptly called. October 31st, 1923, in Vienna, one man began to scream, "Stop, stop," in the middle of Cowell's performance, and would not be quiet when shushed by audience members. Uh, but this was not as unruly or um, ridiculous as the Leipzig event. So there you go. I think this is not. This is related to more his whole like set list at the time, all the different pieces he was playing, which I assume he composed. Um, but dynamic motion was apparently one of the more controversial ones, which he saved for the end of the concert. And then the encores, I guess, were even more crazy and controversial. So they weren't functioning as encores should function. They were just an extra thing to play to upset people even more. And I think that's kind of funny. Okay, I think I've rambled on long enough about this piece. There's a recording in the video description. I encourage you to listen to it with me, and I'll let you know my thoughts. in just a couple minutes here. Okay, yeah, this was extremely entertaining. I really like this. Um, it's so theatrical and it looks really challenging to play. I love the use of silently depressed keys. Like this resonance at the end here, the way he brings it back is so cool. And then also you get effectively the silently depressed key thing here because you're holding this lower cluster so long. Just so cool. I mean, so many composers have gone on to use these techniques. It's kind of crazy that this was 1916 when he came up with them. Um, I mean, he may not have been the first, but uh, still, their application here is really, um, yeah, really intense. Uh, well, we may as well look at some of the YouTube comments to see if it's still outrageous. Um, when the family friends come over and their children get on the piano. I don't know if Cowell is delusional or an absolute genius. Anyone can play the piano like an untrained child, but it takes a master to play like an untrained child well. You see a lot of people like trying to sound smart and trying to be clever. Um, I imagine most of them are teenagers. People are like trying to come up with ways to be offended. Like, what's with the diamond shaped notes at the start? Are we supposed to imagine them? They're played silently. Like, yeah, that's like so obvious if you look at any contemporary score, like piano score. We've seen it like dozens of times on the channel. So, I mean, yeah, I think this one, because it has 23K views, you get a lot of ignorant people in the comments. So I encourage those people to, listen to the piano series that I'm like 100 episodes in now, to get to know where this led people, how influential this piece actually ended up being over the next 100 years. But yeah, I get it. I get that this is like the provocative one, right? He tries to find other applications for clusters, like in the Three Irish Legends, which I think are a little bit more accessible. Whereas this, I think it is meant to provoke people, but that it's still really fun. Like I really enjoyed listening to it. Be really cool to see live. Um, so yeah, there's lots of other piano miniatures by Cowell, which are fantastic, and they all have unique experimental things they're trying to do. But I think this is where we're gonna have to call it in the piano series. Um, Again, here are all the episodes we've done so far. Um, Looking at all kinds of piano pieces by him. And the first episode we did on Cowell was actually his later music, which is not so experimental. You can go to that one if you want his biography. He's also a very fascinating guy with a very tragic life story. Um, but yeah, that's it for today. Let me actually pull up what should be tomorrow because I don't know offhand. Okay, next is actually the Six Little Piano Pieces by Arnold Schoenberg. Um, and it's a physical score, so I'll be recording with my phone instead. Today's piece is Schoenberg's Six Little Piano Pieces, Opus 19. The year I have on these is 1913. I'll put up a different year if I'm wrong, but I think this is really, really early Schoenberg, as far as I can tell. This is the copy I have from Belmont Music Publishers. This I bought for a piano lesson. I don't think I might have prepared them for an exam way back when. I can't remember. The font is extremely spooky and weird. And also it's this nice ugly gray. It's not an off-white. It's this ugly shade of gray with black text. And I like that about it. I think like
Anecdotally, a teacher told me that Schoenberg had many different gray suits, which were the most obnoxious gray colors. And then he would wear like very colorful dress shirts and ties underneath. So I think this is kind of appropriate, very Schoenbergian. This score is also incredibly simple, right? It just gets right into it. And this may be Universal Edition. Yeah. So movement 1 is marked Leicht, Zart, with the 8th note being the beat. It's 17 measures. Movement 2 is only 9 measures, and it's marked Langsam. Movement 3 is, or piece 3, I should say, is Sehr Langsam, and it's only 9 measures as well. So these two are kind of like laid out in a similar fashion. Then you have piece number 4. It has this really weird melody opening. It's Rasch aber leicht. This one I didn't particularly like. It was hard to play. And then 5 is Etwas rasch. I forgot to give the number of measures. 13 measures for this one. 15 measures for this one. And then the final piece is the one with the nice big chords and 3 staves at the end. It's very kind of slow and contemplative. It's movement 6. It's another Sehr Langsam movement. And it's 10 measures, I think. Or no, it's just 9. So a lot of these are just 9 measures long. Yeah, you can see I had to write out all the beats here to count this out. The experience of playing these is very, like, they're deceptively difficult, just trying to get all the different hand positions and voicings and rhythms, obviously. That's very rhythmically challenging. And probably the simplest one is the one with the repeated note idea, number 2. That's the simplest one for sure. There's a heavy influence of Webern on these pieces. At least that's what my teacher told me. So Schoenberg was clearly a little bit jealous at how good Webern was at writing miniatures. He tried his own hand at writing miniatures. They don't sound anything like Webern, and they're a little bit weird and freely composed sounding. And the first one, I think, is the most substantial and complicated. Just looking at it, it's pretty crazy. I also had to write in a lot of pedal markings. You know, going through this with my teacher was a little bit brutal. I don't think I was really ready for it when I was 17. But it's a nice little artifact to have now. It also wasn't cheap. It was like $17 back in 2011 when I bought it. So, yeah. I'm going to quickly look up the Wikipedia article on this piece to make sure I didn't miss any important info. Again, this score is kind of lacking in terms of performance notes, program notes, dedicatees, anything like that. So I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay, a couple interesting things about this piece. Schoenberg wrote the first 5 movements in a single day in 1911. And then at some point in 1912, maybe still 1911, on a different day after Gustav Mahler's death, he wrote the 6th movement. So although there is no dedicatee in the piece, many people have considered the last movement to be a tombeau to Gustav Mahler, which is kind of interesting. These pieces predate his 5 orchestra pieces, which are another famous group of miniatures that Schoenberg wrote. And I think the 5 orchestra pieces do go beyond what these pieces do. just playing through these 6 pieces takes only about 4 minutes. They're really, really short. And a couple composers have arranged them for different ensembles, the most famous being a sort of mixed ensemble arrangement by Heinz Honegger, I want to say. Let me look that up again. Yes, Heinz Honegger. I was correct the first time and second guessed myself. So he arranged them. Couple other things I like about these: they're not 12-tone. I think this definitely predates his 12-tone period. So they're atonal pieces, and hence why they're so short, right? I think one of the things around this time with Piero Lunaire and stuff, like Schoenberg was reaching the limits of what atonality could do, and he found it was difficult to write larger forms with it, right? So he was going into miniature mode at this point. And the other thing I wanted to say about these is the range of the piano in all of these pieces is very conservative. It's actually like sort of the range you would be singing in. So it really lends itself to being arranged. It's not particularly, like, it's not using the extremes of the piano in any way. There's nothing pointillistic about it. It's just like, in some ways, very traditional. So I think that is also interesting. Link to a recording is in the video description. And I'll see you all in 4 minutes. Hopefully I pick a good performance. Okay, my thoughts on this. The last one's definitely my favorite. Kind of reminds me of Farben or Colors, another famous like orchestra piece from his 5 pieces, I'm pretty sure. Really unique sounding compared to the other 5. I like that it's the closing thing, because the other 5 kind of are very open-ended when they end. Not that they don't sound complete, but they sort of all have this kind of form where things kind of get more and more intense as the piece progresses, and then they end strong. That's like a pattern I saw. I also totally forgot about this effect in the third one, where the 2 hands are playing completely different dynamics, and it's really cool. The pianist did a great job with that. The first one, too, is very like kaleidoscopic, all these different tempo markings and completely different like contrasting things. Really hard to pull off, and I think the performer did a good job with that. So that's the 6 pieces. Nothing much else to say about them. Today's piece is The Sunken Cathedral by French composer Claude Debussy. It's from his first book of piano preludes, and it's prelude number 10. And he published this thing in 1910. I think he started writing his preludes in 1909, so while this is quite old for what I typically do on the channel, it's still firmly in the 20th century. So I guess I'll get into it. Also, this is our first Debussy episode, so I will read the Wikipedia article on him and say a few things that strike me after skimming that. The score I have is from Henri, it's the Urtext, and I played this back in my teens. I think in high school I was learning this, and it was quite a big thing for me to learn. I think at the time I hadn't really tackled anything this size before, but it is still just a prelude. It's not like a sonata or anything. See what my notes look like in here. So this piece is famous for all of the sort of harmonic planing in it. It also has some interesting harmonic things going on. Like for a long portion of the opening here, it's just white keys, but then you quickly get into B major territory, I think, and then D flat major territory, or right. It's kind of weird in that sense, but there's a lot of long sections of just white key C major stuff. This is in C major again. So, I mean, it's hard to say what's an introduction, what is the start of the piece. We're kind of like into it at this point, because then we get this brief transition and we modulate to 4 sharps. The transition or the modulation part here is interesting because A flat turns into G sharp. So we're kind of going into C sharp minor-ish, C sharp Dorian, I have written here. But technically it would be D flat Dorian, but and harmonic spelling. So that's the next big section. Then we modulate back to C, and we have this section, which was really big. I don't know, my memory of it was that it was really long and multiple pages long, but it's actually just one page. But it's just like one harmony, right? You're just sitting on this C pedal for a whole page. So I don't know what you would call this, a coda or what, right? It's so sort of narrative that you can't really, it's hard to discern a form. Okay, a lot has been written about Debussy, so I'm not going to go crazy into his life or his works. I'm just going to talk about a few things that stuck out to me skimming through his Wikipedia. So he died at age 55 of cancer. He lived from 1862 to 1918, and his composition career was later in life. It didn't really take off until he was 40 years old with the success of his first opera, Pelléas et Mélisande. This was after he wrote Prélude à Midi d'une Femme. So he was already at the end of his middle period, you could say, when people started to recognize him. So he'd been composing previously for more than probably like close to 20 years before that. And he was able to write competently enough to get through his degree at the Paris Conservatoire and to write passable music there. But by and large, his professors did not recognize his talents. They didn't really like what he was interested in writing. He was sort of reactionary against Wagner and German musical tradition. So I think that's really interesting. There's like a political aspect to what he was doing, and it was important for French nationalism, I think. Some of his influences include symbolist poetry from the late 19th century, so contemporary poetry, Chopin, the Far East, and Russian music, and then the composers that he influenced. Some of them are on the channel, featured on this channel, so we've done a lot of Bartók already. I'll just put up the episode numbers. Bartók was really influenced by Debussy. So was Messiaen, French composer, and a lot of people have compared Messiaen's music to Debussy's because of his work with modes of limited transposition. And also Boulez acknowledged a real influence like from Debussy's music, sort of showing him at a young age what modernism in music could look like. So yeah, we've done a couple Boulez episodes. Les Six, the group of 6 French composers, the turn of the century, they were influenced by Debussy in the other direction. They were trying to sort of react against what Debussy was doing with French music. Honegger is a composer of Les Six that we've covered on the channel, and actually a pretty good example of that. Honegger's music is very Germanic sounding, even though he's a French composer. So, yeah, that's about all you need to know to get started into getting into Debussy. I'm sure
You've probably heard some of his music before. Incredibly famous 19th century, late 19th century, early 20th century composer. Um, so, yeah, we'll just get into this piece of his late work, and I'll let you know what I think. I'll try not to be clouded by nostalgia listening to it again. Okay, yeah, I hope you listened along today. It's a nice little like tone poem almost. It sounds very orchestral. It's like 7 minutes. Today's listen was a bit unique because I couldn't resist taking it to the piano and trying to sight read it, so I plunked through it, and it brought back a lot of memories. It was also kind of like I was hearing it with new ears, and all the like all the things that I had confusion about how to interpret them. It was like much easier to tell what was the melody and not, and where the harmony was going and stuff. So um, yeah, it felt very simple to play through, very straightforward. Um, I think this is a pretty attractive prelude for those reasons. It's easy to play. Um, it's easy to tell where the music is going, and there's like the big climax uh, where the piece first gets loud, right? And then that same melody comes back at the end, and it's very satisfying. So um, I did then listen to it from my phone afterwards, obviously, but I'm a little bit sleepy at the time of recording, so it was mostly just making me want to go take a nap. Um, yeah, it was interesting how the piece modulated from part to part. It felt like it was very much strung together, uh, very thinly at times. But Debussy is really good at pacing, I think. It was really the pacing that held the piece together. And yeah, everything just was given its proper time, I think. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to listen to any other of the preludes on the channel. I should also say that when I was listing influences, I forgot to mention that George Crumb is very influenced by Debussy. In fact, when we looked at his Mikrokosmos book one, he said that the entire project was inspired by Debussy's Preludes. So that might be a nice connection to make if you want to go watch one of my episodes right after this one. Maybe Mikrokosmos 1. Maybe something to consider programming alongside your Debussy Preludes even. Yeah, that's all I got to say about this one.
Today we are venturing forth into all of my scores for piano and electronics. I think I have about 5 or 6 of them, and they're kind of random. I don't have an exhaustive repertoire of these on my laptop. This piece, for example, is Canyon Sonata by Kunal Gala, an American composer. This piece I saw live at the Splice Institute of 2022, where it was written. I also had a piece performed at that particular institute, and I guess I came into the possession of this score either from the composer directly or from someone else. For those of you who don't know, the Splice Institute is like workshop, a professional development workshop, I guess you could call it, in hosted at Western Michigan University annually. It's by like a team of professors and artists who really work with electronics, but they're particularly passionate about, like the faculty is particularly passionate about music for instrument and electronics. So that's sort of what the whole um, workshop revolves around. I believe you can take, I mean, there's all kinds of classes offered there, but the big ones are probably like Ableton Live, Max MSP. I think I took some
what is it? Some super collider classes there too. And yeah, the faculty just teaches a number of different technical things. And they get participants to write stuff, so lots of unpaid commissions, basically. That's what I assume this was for Kunal as well, just sort of like an opportunity to work with a performer for free. So basically, I think diagrammed here are the two speakers because it's in stereo, the piano, and his max patch running the live electronics, I'm assuming. And then I guess he indicates one mic for the piano. You can download the max patch from his website. Certain notes on the piano trigger different sections of the patch, so those specific notes have to be articulated really well. And it's recommended that not so much pedal is used when triggering. Okay, interesting. So it really is interactive. And yeah, there's basically like 5 different patches that are triggered over the course of the piece. Patch A, reverb. Patch B is a delay pattern. Patch C alternates between 2 delay patterns. Patch D records a brief moment of playing and then repeatedly plays it back. And then patch E delays and transposes the input signal. It is inspired by landscapes of the Colorado Plateau and dedicated to Ting Luo, I guess you would pronounce their name. That was the pianist who premiered it, and Kunal wrote this in Seattle, apparently. To give you a sense of the workshop, like I think the timeline is like you have about 2 months to write the piece and then an extra few weeks to complete the electronics. So all of this is kind of prepared ahead of the workshop, and then you only get a few rehearsals and some extra time to figure everything out. So, it's a very tight commissioning deadline, tighter than a professional paid commission would be. Not that this isn't professional, but it's a PD workshop, right? I remember this piece being interesting. I think that's why I grabbed the score from the composer. And I've never looked at the score before. So a lot of repetition, it looks like. I remember the electronics were subtle but effective, and it was really good piano writing. And I think a lot of the instrumental writing, like a lot of these pieces at Splice can be kind of iffy in terms of how well they are written for different instruments. You have people that come into the workshop from a variety of backgrounds, but I think Kunal has a very firm understanding of instrumental composing. He's a little bit younger than me, 1998. He is also a percussionist, and he's based in Queens, New York. He's worked with a number of different ensembles, including the Jack Quartet, Boston Conservatory Recording Orchestra, New Thread Quartet. He's worked with the Splice Ensemble, which is a part of the Splice Institute and Splice Festival. So I guess he must have done either the Institute or the festival later. He did the Institute ABECEDA, Abeceda. I just applied to that the other day, actually. He's worked with Alan Levines, Andrew Norman. Those are both composers. He's also worked with Nancy Zeltzman, percussionist, and conductor Carmen Morale. And I guess he studied Hindustani classical music and jazz drum set growing up. His degrees are from Berkeley, Juilliard, and I guess now he's holding some faculty positions at Hunter College High School and the Opportunity Music Project. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find much about the pianist. Okay, yeah. So they're a composer-improviser. interdisciplinary artist, and they do collab piano as well as piano performance. Okay, she performs a lot of her own original compositions, as well as solo and ensemble works by classical composers, living composers, etc. She did a series of solo piano recitals in 2017 in Chinese venues, such as I'm going to butcher these, Gulangyu Concert Hall, Huangxi University, and Sichuan Teachers University. And their degrees are from Shanghai Conservatory of Music and the University of Southern California. I guess there is this piano and electronics piece that's in progress by her, and another piano solo piece. More work with piano and electronics, piano and multimedia from 2021. Interesting. And then some like improv work with electronics too. So seems like a very cool person to work with. Maybe I'll follow them on a few social media things. I might have to follow Kunal on a few things actually. So yeah, that's the introduction. The recording is in the video description. It's a link to his website today. Well, I think it's nice to look at something that's really contemporary, something which I saw come to life myself, and just revisit it and listen to it with fresh ears. Okay, nice. Hopefully you listen to this as well, or intend to immediately after the video. I had a lot of fun revisiting this piece. It has a lot of nice moments. It's a real beast to play. The rhythm is really interesting. Kind of reminds me of Messiaen at times, especially the ending. Um, and the use of electronics, there were a lot of moments which I didn't remember from my first time hearing it. And um, every different patch is actually, each patch is very different and serves a different function, and it really sets up different like sections of the piece. So formally, it is really built around these effects that Kunal's trying to get. I think the use of live electronics was really appropriate for the Splice Institute, and he tried to do something challenging, like triggering the electronics with nothing but the instrument itself, which, I've never attempted to do that. It's pretty scary, but it came off pretty well. Probably my favorite part was when he was triggering the fixed media, and it was like an echo of what had happened in the opening of the piece. But you get like this two pianos, like there's like a background piano happening, and it's a little bit filtered and distorted. That was a nice moment, and the first moment when the electronics kick in with the reverb, I thought was really effective too. Um, I like that it introduces all of its musical material before we get live electronics. It's like becomes an extension of an already good solo piano piece. Um, yeah, let me pull up what is going to be next here because I don't really know the scores for piano and electronics offhand. I think it's a bit of a variety of things. Okay, yeah. So the next one is a piece by George Apergis, which may be our first Apergis video, actually. And it's from 2007, so we're jumping back in time quite a bit, almost 20 years. And then it looks like we have two other pieces from like the 90s, early 2000s, and then we're jumping back to the present. And then we have another piece from recent times, which is for piano and video. And that'll be it, I think. Okay, so wow, that's really
The mic's really hot. I don't know why. Maybe I have to just turn it down a little bit. Okay, so today's piece is gonna be George Apergis, a piece for piano and electronics called Dans l'amour from 2007, I want to say. Yes. So the score I have does not have any front matter. You can see it's either on tabloid paper or the European equivalent, like it's very big paper. And it's sort of just written out in these big lines with one bar line to each. I'm assuming it's played with a click track and it's some sort of fixed media, but I don't really know. Just what makes me think that it's fixed is you have the sort of like point in time at each, like the start of each system. So like the last system of the piece starts at exactly 18 minutes. Also, it has these cues, S1 to, what's the last one? S12. So it may be cued fixed media, although 12 cues in 18 minutes is really not that many. It has an ear cam page, unsurprisingly. I guess it was revised in 2017 and was completed in 2008. And it was commissioned by, I guess, a combination of Radio France, EarCam, and this organization that I'm not familiar with, Musée d'Orsay. I'll just read out the program note here. After Machinations and A Vista Tempête, Georges Apergis returns to EarCam for a new creation, a purely instrumental work in which theatricality, the sense of situations, and the physical commitment of the performer nevertheless occupy a central space. A dozen electronic sequences, a sort of agglomerate of fragments from the great piano literature of the 19th century, follow one another. Each one is like a wall on which the soloist attempts an intervention, reacting with gestures that sometimes attack and deny the surface, sometimes try to follow its curvature. The work seems to rediscover through the pianist's playing the gesture of intervention of the urban graphic artist. I guess at the end they're alluding to Nicholas Donin, the writer of this program note, is alluding to graffiti or something. Now, I did not notice, or at least I don't remember, that there's a lot of quotation in this piece, so that's something to look out for, I guess. It doesn't really mention what works are quoted exactly. First interpreted by Nicholas Hodges and created at the Paris Auditorium of the Musée d'Orsay. Then it was revised in 2017 for the interpreter Mariangela Vaccatello. And this version is for augmented piano. I'm not sure what that entails. That version was made in Turin, Italy. Okay, I don't think we've talked about Nicholas Hodges before. I thought maybe we covered him in one of the Salvatore Sciarrino episodes, but I don't think we did. It wasn't until a bit later in the piano series when I started really focusing on the dedicatees and doing their bios. So, yeah, let's talk about him. So he was born in 1970. He's a London pianist. Well, he's born in London. I guess he's more based in Germany. Since 2005, he's been professor of piano at the Musikhochschule Stuttgart. Okay, so Nicholas Hodges has more piano works of Harrison Birtwhistle's in his repertoire than any other pianist. And he's recorded all of them but the piece Responses. 3 pieces of Birtwhistle's were composed for Hodges: Jig Machine, Variations for the Golden Mountain, and Entrada, which is a piece for piano and percussion. Elliot Carter wrote the piano concerto dialogues for Hodges. Wolfgang Rimm, his Concerto Sotto Voce 2 was first premiered by Hodges and recorded for CD. Rebecca Saunders' piece Chroma, which was premiered at the Tate Modern in 2003, was premiered with Hodges in the ensemble. Saunders also wrote the double concerto Miniata for him, and subsequently Crimson for solo piano. He was part of the piano duo which premiered Kohler, and she wrote the piece Shadow for solo piano for Hodges. She also composed a major piano trio called That Time for trio a canto, with Hodges at the piano, of course. In 2019, Rebecca Saunders received the 10th Roche Commission, which resulted in the piano concerto To an Utterance, which was premiered by Nicholas Hodges. Hodges premiered Sciarrino's Third Nocturne, Fourth Nocturne, Due Notturni Crudeli, and Sciarrino's piano concerto Il Clima dopo Harry Parch. Now, we've covered 3 of those pieces on the channel, if you're curious. We also have a Rebecca Saunders episode on the channel, but it is a solo bass piece. It is not any of these piano pieces. Let's talk a little bit about Apergis. I think he's most famous for his theatrical work. Experimental music theater stuff. But his instrumental music is also very interesting. He has a lot of chamber work. He worked with Pierre Schaeffer and Iannis Xenakis, and then founded the music and theater company Atelier Théâtre et Musique in Strasbourg, France. He received the Mauricio Kagel Music Prize in 2011, and in 2015 was honored with the BBVA Foundation Frontiers of Knowledge Award in Contemporary Music. And he was born in 1945. This is his website. So if we look at his catalog here, it's actually quite extensive. I think it's alphabetical, so you may have to Control F to find specific things. Okay, so that's about all I have to say about the 2 people most involved with this piece and its premiere. If you want to listen to a recording of this, I've put one in the video description. I encourage you to click on that after pausing this video, and the second half of the video now will just be my reactions to hearing it again. So, yeah. Okay, so to be honest, I don't really know what to make of this piece. I like the title. What is it? Against the Wall? Yeah, the English translation would be Into the Wall, I guess. Yeah, it's definitely got like this wall of sound going on that the pianist is sort of fighting against. I think a lot of the effect is lost when you have a recording of it, because it's hard to hear. I mean, in this recording, you can clearly hear a volume difference between the performer and the backing track. But I imagine in a live setting, you may not hear a volume difference. It may be like the same volume, but from different locales, kind of, and with different timbres. So that could be kind of interesting. The piano writing reminded me of Sciarrino a lot, but it was really even more virtuosic and intense, and not as inventive. Like, not a lot of the instrument is used here. It's sort of just like moving up and down, playing alternating chords or lines. It manages to stay interesting just because of the amount of, like, the variety of sizes of gestures and different types of gestures, and exploring different ranges of the piano. No gesture is like the same length, so it's not repetitive or anything. As for like the whole concept of it, I don't know if I get what the composer was going for. And I'm even more confused by the program note because I can't hear any of the quotations that are being used. I mean, you can tell me that there's quotation in there, but is anyone going to know that without reading the program note? I don't know. The point of the channel isn't to just listen to stuff that I like or agree with. It's to give the audience something to listen to. So maybe you like it. If there's something you really liked about it, feel free to comment. Maybe there's something I'm missing as a listener. I thought it was interesting. Probably not something I'm going to listen to again in a long time.
Today's piece for piano and electronics is by Yoshihiro Kano, Japanese composer. This is our fourth Kano episode, and the piece is called Remains of Light number 3. Yes, 2006. So I'll direct you to these episodes if you want to know more about Kano's music. So I actually found this composer through this Google Sheet that was prepared by Hyunmook Lim in 2022. This is a list of piano and electronics works by Japanese composers. And I went through these yesterday because we are looking at this right now on the channel. Unfortunately, almost none of these scores are free. A lot of them might be, like you can see here, that the spreadsheet sort of directs you to contact various composers via email to obtain a copy. I imagine most of these composers will just ask you for a fee. And then there's the occasional link to a shop where you can buy them. So I could spend $50 and have a few more scores. But currently, like I was still able to get 3 scores for free from this spreadsheet, and we're going to go through all 3 of them in the piano and electronics portion of the piano series. So they're listed chronologically. The oldest one is from 1958. All of the materials are kind of lost for that one. And then the most recent ones are from 2026, so it is still being updated. You'll see on the far left column, there's these listening links. So one useful thing about this spreadsheet is you can find video performances and recordings of a lot of interesting pieces for piano and electronics. I've never really delved into the Japanese contemporary music scene, but this could be a good way to do that. Now, I will link this sheet in the video description because I do think it's really interesting. And yeah, this is where I found Yoshihiro Kano's music. Unlike most of the composers on this list, Kano actually gives away all of his scores for free on his website. So I was able to find this piece, obviously, and then the other pieces that I featured on the channel so far, I actually found later while going through his website. So, and it's pretty random which ones I downloaded, just like whatever I thought was interesting based on the title or instrumentation, kind of. So, yeah, just glancing through this score, it's all on 3 staves. It's unclear if any staff is the electronics. I guess we'll see. There's a section marked Takamitsu. Perhaps there's a quotation going on. And it's labeled a couple other times every time it comes back. It may be that piece of text above the staff is an electronics cue or something. And then here we have something marked Wagner. I think this is the Tristan und Isolde chord progression. So it's kind of weird. I've not encountered any kind of quotation in Kano's music before, so this is an interesting development. One thing I found interesting going through this spreadsheet was a lot of composers that are Japanese composers that are self-published. They actually have like separate websites for their publishing house, more or less, where they just publish their own work. So I thought that was kind of interesting that a lot of these composers kind of like make the extra effort to become kind of incorporated. So there's a very corporate feel to a lot of the way that these composers present themselves. Yeah, so it was premiered by Noriko Take in Suntory Hall, small hall, on the, I'm assuming the 2nd of July, 2006. I'm assuming he's using year, month, day. Why don't we just use the YouTube link he provided? Oh, it's the same one. Okay. And yeah, you can just get the sheet music right here. So you can see what I'm saying. He has a Google Drive that he keeps updated, and it's got all of his scores. There are some oddities in the engraving of them. I think he probably wrote all of these pieces by hand before engraving them en masse. But by and large, I don't think there's any engraving errors in this one. It's just the layout is a little bit, it's kind of throwing me off a little bit with these 3 staves all the way through. All right, recording is in the video description along with this interesting spreadsheet. I encourage you to click on the recording right now because I'm going to listen to it myself and I'm going to report back for a couple minutes. Okay, yeah, so this was a great performance and recording. It's a long piece, but it kept my attention pretty long. I think Kano is a very good storyteller, and it makes sense that he's found a lot of success in writing for film. I think this piece really tells a story. I mean, the various components of it are very simple and repetitive, but I don't know, it had a few moments in there that really struck me. Like the introduction of the Wagner excerpt was at a really perfect time. I mean, once you listen to it, it's pretty obvious that for the first half of the piece, only the Takemitsu quotation or Takemitsu-inspired sections have electronics on them, and for a long time it's just this sort of like ring modulation plus reverb thing. So I was expecting the next quotation of the Wagner to have some sort of effect on it, and there was no electronic manipulation on it. Every time that came back, it was just plainly played, the Tristan chords, and it was really interesting. It managed to surprise me. And then there's 2 other effects that come into play later in the piece. The next big effect we get, I can't remember if it's in here. I think it is in the same section. We get this sort of like scrambled, like random beeps and boops sampling, right? So it's like some sort of delay effect where snippets of the audio are like transformed and modulated and stuff. That was a really great moment too, I thought. The only point where it really lost me was the very ending, which I felt went on a bit long. It was like 4 minutes of one sort of almost wind sounding effect, which I don't think was the effect wasn't interesting enough to keep my attention, but I would say this is probably, of the 4 Kano pieces we've heard, it's might be the best. I think I still like his solo bass piece better, but this is a close second. And interestingly, it's the 3rd part in a series, and the other 2 parts are also for piano. Remains of Light 1, Signals to Those Unknown, is from 1992, and it's a solo piano piece written for the same pianist, Noriko Take. Remains of Light 2, Ice Blink, was written in 1997. It's also just piano solo, and for Noriko Take, that one doesn't have a recording on his website. And then, of course, this one was 2007, so 10 years later. Or 2006, we could say, so 9 years later. And it is, I guess it's subtitle is Angel's Ladder, maybe. It could be a translation thing, but it's also translated here after Image of Light rather than Remains of Light. So you could think of it either way, I guess. Those are just two different translations of the same title. But yeah, this one has electronics, and I don't think there's a fourth one. I could be wrong. I'll just scroll through to make sure. That's quite a title for a piece. There were times when I lived because I didn't want to die. There were times when I lived because I didn't die. There were times when I lived because I wanted to live. However, since we cannot help but live, we may have a time to live. Wow. Okay. For male chorus by the phrase of the mountain fire. No, I don't see a Remains of Light 4, so it could be just a trilogy, which was written for that specific person, right? So the piece tomorrow, I think, let me double check what it is. I think it's a Jonathan Harvey piece from the 90s. Yeah, there's this piece for piano and electronics called Tombeau de Messiaen by Jonathan Harvey, and that's what we'll be looking at tomorrow. All right, so today's piece is Tombeau de Messiaen by Jonathan Harvey. It's for piano and tape, and it was written in 1994. Jonathan Harvey is a spectral composer, and all of his pieces I've heard with electronics are pretty great. He's pretty great with electronics. Really interesting voice. Famously supported by Boulez, and he's a UK composer, but found a lot of success working at IRCAM and working in France. And Messiaen is a French composer. We've covered a lot of Messiaen on the channel as well. But Messiaen was a proto-spectralist, which explains Harvey's interest in him. Tombeau, if you're not familiar with the word, it just means tomb. So a tombeau to someone is sort of like a in memoriam. This was shortly after Messiaen died. So it was commissioned by Philip Mead with funds provided by Eastern Arts. Mead first performed it on the 2nd of November 1994 at Cambridge in the West Road Concert Hall. A sound diffusionist is needed to maintain balance. The blend of the piano and tape should be extremely close. The speakers could be near the piano and the piano itself amplified, though this is not essential. If the speakers are not near the piano, the two channels should not be panned extreme left and right, but slightly in. Okay, and then the piano must be A440. The tape was made in the composer's studio and consists of piano sounds tuned to 12 natural harmonic strings. He says here in the dedication to Philip Mead and to Jake, aged 10 hours. So I'm assuming Jake is either Philip's or Jonathan's son. And I get the sense already that this piece is going to involve a lot of blending of piano and electronic piano sounds, or like sampled piano sounds. The advantage of the tape part is you can tune the piano notes to whatever frequency you want, whereas the piano is kind of limited to equal temperament. This work is a modest offering in response to the death of a great musical and spiritual presence. Messiaen was a proto-spectralist, fascinated by the colors of the harmonic series. The tape part of my work is composed of piano sounds entirely tuned to the harmonic series, 12 of them, one for each pitch class. The tempered live piano joins and distorts these series, never entirely belonging, never entirely separate. So he has some sort of harmonic series tuning. It's not quite just intonation. What would it be exactly? Probably, like obviously you would have the first and third harmonic. You'd have C and G. Then you would need to use the fifth harmonic for the E, and then the seventh harmonic for the B flat, ninth harmonic for the D, obviously. And then it gets a little bit hazier, right? It's like, how do you get the minor third? How do you get the
the tritone, which tritone do you use? But going up through prime partials could actually get you much of the way there. Born 1947, active in contemporary music. He's commissioned works from Stockhausen, Tippett, Reich, and Harvey. He has a CD of the works of Stephen Montague. He was awarded the International Piano Award for New Music for that one in 2006. And he has performed with many orchestras, including the BBC Symphony, founder of the Triennial British Contemporary Piano Competition in 1988. And in the past has directed the Society for the Promotion of New Music. I'll put a link to the recording in the video description here. If you'd like to listen along with me, I encourage you to pause the video now. And the next half of the video will be me talking about what I heard and what I liked about the piece. Nice. Okay, yeah, this piece is great. If you're teaching a seminar on spectral music, definitely put this in the listening list. It references back to Messiaen's work. It's super engaging to listen to, and the idea is so simple, so easy to understand, but there's so much you can do with it. You can play with, like, he plays here with the envelope of the piano sound right away. He also plays with, like, pitch shifting things in ways that, like, severe ways that change the timbre, filtering the piano sound. I mean, there's just a lot going on in addition to the pitch thing, which is so consistent throughout. I forgot that I was trying to drink coffee at the same time. That's how engaging it was. And, like, I listen to pieces every morning, and that doesn't usually happen. So it's been a while since I wasn't so inspired by something, because we've already done Speaking's Tranquil Abiding and Bhakti. I think this is better than all three. I think this is a more engaging piece than even Bhakti is, because it's, like, really concise. Tomorrow we're looking at some Yuri Umemoto, a Japanese composer who I'm a big fan of. Yeah, that'll probably be our only piece of his, but it should be a nice palate cleanser.
Okay, so today's piece is by Japanese composer Yuri Umemoto. It's called But ellipses You're a Minor, right? For piano and fixed media. Written in 2023. This was the only score of Yuri's that I found around that time that was free, like the score was freely available. Most of his music is for sale on his website. You can see right from the start that there's basically 5 pianos. It's kind of written for 5 pianos, but I think only the top line is played by the performer. All the other ones are kind of multi-tracked. And then the only other thing that is a feature of the fixed media is this voice saying Maisenendesho, demo Maisenendesho, which translates to you're a minor, right? But you're a minor, right? And that's about it. So there's a lot going on in this. It's kind of reminiscent of Steve Reich, like his New York counterpoint, pieces like that. But it also incorporates this element of, like, the voice itself is kind of like an anime voice, so it's drawing from Japanese pop culture as well. And Umemoto is all about that. His music does a lot of sort of culture mixing, cultural exchange between, like, Japanese pop culture and Western European art music. Okay, let's go through his bio. Born in 2002 in Tokyo,
He built his music through notation, recording, and editing, and often incorporating recorded voices and songs. He creates works ranging from stage performances to recordings. His practice spanning classical and contemporary music, as well as club, experimental, ambient, and pop music scenes. Upcoming projects include this new opera, Crypt, with librettist Gareth Matty, directed by Christian Egan, and with an ensemble of flute, clarinet, oboe, violin, viola, cello, cembalo, and percussion, and then a cast of 4 singers, and some sort of incorporation of anime, because there's an anime design director. This past year, he's been a residency fellow at Academy Schloss Solitude in Stuttgart, Germany. And he's received a bunch of performances, mostly in Europe, so Switzerland, Germany, UK. I think it's interesting that he opted for like just alphabetical like listing of all the pieces and then a search bar. So like if you search for piano pieces, he has a set of 3 pieces for toy piano, uh, another piece from 2023 for piano and fixed media, and then he has a piece for variable instrumentation that has been done on both piano and cello. Piece for violin and AI piano from 2021. You can see it's all still alphabetical. But yeah, he has some piano solo pieces, a piece for piano left hand from 2020. Yeah, and it's all very recent, right? Most of this dating back to 2020. Maybe I can find something earlier. Yeah, there's some 2019 stuff. Nothing from 2017. So let's have a listen to this piece together. I'll put a link in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. All of his pieces are, well, most of his pieces are fairly short. Obviously, this opera isn't going to be very short. So this thing I think is what, 5 minutes? But I remember it being like 4 to 5 minutes long. It's not crazy long, so. Okay, so yeah, you'll notice Hyun Lim is a name that was mentioned yesterday or the day before, maybe. When I was talking about this spreadsheet of Japanese composers writing for piano and electronics. There's like a list of pieces from Japan. So it's all coming back to me, sort of like how I found the stuff online. I think I discovered Yuri Umemoto's music first. Then I discovered this pianist who does a lot of Umemoto's music. And then I found that spreadsheet through them. It looks like they have a lot of other stuff on their channel though. But yeah, pretty much all the sort of piano solo pieces by Yuri are on here, and pieces with piano and electronics. It's interesting. There's some Nicole Zay too. Okay, so my thoughts about this piece. It's pretty straightforward. I like that it very overtly references Steve Reich. Like it's very reminiscent of it. But I also think it's interesting how the anime sample interacts with the music. The sort of flowing line is like this E major scale, but it's missing the A, and it's also it just spans a major seventh, so you get this really pronounced major seventh throughout the piece. And I think these notes are kind of pulled by ear more or less from the speech of the anime character. because it pitch matches really well with the sample when it's layered. So
Thank you so much.
and I think there was a process of like layering the anime sample, right? And then also layering the pianos together. So it's interesting. There's like this parallel being made, and it's probably a lot more effective in sort of a live setting. Um, the question, of course, is like which piano line do you choose to take? They're all more or less the same in terms of how interesting they are. I think the first piano would make the most sense because it starts the piece. But yeah, the anime it's from is To Heart, to AD, and it's an OVA episode called Happy New Year. I'm just grabbing this from the comments of the video. So yeah, obviously another thing that comes to mind as sort of a Westerner looking at what Yuri's doing is like there's a lot of copyright infringement that just happens naturally by quoting these pieces of pop culture. And it may not be as much of a problem in Japan, but I think a big reason we don't see this type of thing so much in America or Canada is because copyright law is so strict and intense over here. Anyways, so yeah, they have it looks like they have a booking manager and also an LLC. So there are definitely people to contact if you're interested in playing Yuri's music. You can also contact Yuri directly. I believe I saw on the score, like on the list of works page, that scores were free to anyone under the age of 23. So if you're a young student, maybe it's worth reaching out to the composer and getting to know his music a bit better, especially if this stuff really interests you, you know. Today's piece is for piano and video. The video is not custom made for the piece, though. It's a public domain silent film. Let me just pull up the score here. Okay, so this piece is called H2O, and the composer is Heather Price. Heather was a student of mine in a few courses at the University of North Texas. She was a composition student there, and I haven't really listened to any of her music since I graduated from UNT 3 years ago. And this piece I did see live. It was actually initially supposed to be for player piano, but we were having a lot of difficulty getting the disc clavier to work in the hall, so it ended up being played by a performer. This score, I've never looked at it before. It actually has a lot of performance notes and program notes, so we have a lot to chew on today. Also, I want to go over Heather's biography if I can find it and have a little bit of a look at her website as it currently stands. So yeah, I think this is the only score of hers I have, so this is going to be a standalone episode today. Okay, so the piece shares a title with the silent film that it's supposed to accompany. That film is also called H2O. It's by Ralph Steiner. It was made in 1929. It's an American film, I believe. The structure of the piece is determined by the text before the film and the movement of water in the film. This is pretty detailed. This sort of talks about what key the piece begins in and the keys it moves to. Talks a little bit about trying to imitate the sort of timbral world of Chopin. And then the counterpoint, I guess, becomes increasingly complex along with the video. And there's a bit of a recapitulation at the end. I guess the important thing is that everything is inspired by the theme of water that the film has, and it's very closely matched to what you see on screen. The Composition may be performed with or without the multimedia element. If you choose to perform the piece without the film, you may take liberties with tempi and exercise personal expression. If you choose to perform with the film, you should follow the tempo markings exactly and take care to hit key landmarks that have been highlighted in the score in boxes. The time markers are accurate so long as you play along to the original version of the film on the Library of Congress's YouTube page. So I'm assuming the performer would work with a stopwatch beside their score. Maybe there now exists a click track, but I don't think the performer played with a click when I first saw it. They were able to coordinate themselves with the video fairly well just from this. So, and here we have all of the time points laid out. So there's actually quite a few. Yeah, there's about 18 cues that have to be hit. And you can see the first two is the Library of Congress title screen, and then the title screen of the film itself, which should happen around measure 4. The whole thing is about 20 pages, so it is quite a large piano piece. Okay, so here is Heather's website. They're an internationally performed queer American composer and educator. Third prize at the Pure Classic Vienna International Composition Competition in 2024. That's pretty recent. And they also did a residency in Cyprus with the Patsioura Ensemble, and a fellowship with No Divide KC, which was some sort of collaboration with Lyric Opera in Kansas City. Yeah, she's done some electroacoustic music festivals like Seamus, Electronic Music Midwest. I'm trying to figure out what she's doing right now. Looks like she's based in Arizona. Very straightforward, simple website. If we can look through her works here. They have a complete list of works. And if we look for H2O, it's listed as a film score for solo piano, 10 minutes. Yeah, Heather did a lot of work at UNT. I think she may have had a few more years of her degree after I graduated. I may be wrong. But I don't remember seeing her graduating recital. And then I guess, yeah, she's been finished with that degree for a little while now. I think we can get into this now. Link to the score is in the video, or not to the score, link to the recording is in the video description. I encourage you to listen along. And try to watch it with the video. I know I'll be following along with the score here, but it does work really well with the video, and that's what it's meant for. So I encourage you to do that, and I'll let you know what I think in about 10 minutes here. Okay, cool. I think, just to be clear, I did not know that this was a MIDI recording, and it's making me doubt my memory. Like maybe it didn't get premiered. I can't remember. I just remember not being able to get the disc clavier to work. Pretty sure we premiered it in the MEIT, but I might be wrong. So while I was leafing through the score, there were moments where I could check to see how a transition worked. So there were tiny moments where I was looking at the video, but mostly I was just looking at the score. And on the page, it looks very intense because you have these long repetitive sections, which makes me wonder. I guess nothing's totally repeated is the problem, right? So it all has to be written out. It's very pianistic. I think she has a really good sense of what a pianist can do and what sort of tropes there are for sort of like aqueous water type pieces from Debussy, Ravel, and the like. Those sort of figurations are definitely there, and there's usually like two voices in the right hand and a left hand accompaniment. I kind of like that consistency. throughout the piece. And the transitions are really nice. I like how it moves from one section to the next. I'm trying to think which one was my favorite. Probably the move out of the three flats, soft and gentle area towards this aggressive section that's actually marked French painting. Um, yeah, that was a really nice key change. Also, I think the cues are nicely named. Like there's one called White Slug, and you get it when you see it in the video, so it's functional. It's kind of like you have to make up things sometimes because it's such an abstract video. I think the film itself is really interesting. You get all these abstract shots of water where you can't really see what you're looking at, very beautiful film. Really interesting task for the composer too, to try and come up with a way of capturing how the film feels. Um, I don't know if I would have done the same thing. I think it'd be really cool to see other composers do the same piece. I think actually we encountered in we were looking at like a bunch of programs of what was it? The Copland Sessions concert series, and I think one of them there was a setting like there was this video being screened. They did one of their concerts in a theater, and there was someone's accompaniment to it. I'll put the composer's name up here if I can find it. So there were definitely people setting music to this film closer to when it was made in 1929. And it's public domain now, so I guess it's free reign. So yeah, that was H2O by Heather, sort of weirdly slotted into the piano and electronics portion of the series because I don't really cover a lot of film music. It doesn't really fit into any other category. So I just said piano and video. Tomorrow is actually going to be the last piano piece of the series, and it's a piece for piano and electronics. I have it listed as for piano, Vocaloid, and electronics. So, I mean, there's some element to the electronics that's a little bit unique, but I think it's just fixed media. So yeah, I'll see you all then. Okay, so today's piece is by this Japanese composer Nobuyoshi Tanaka, and it's called Concertino. It's for piano, Vocaloid, and electronics, and it was written in 2015. So there is a text component to it, which the Vocaloid is singing. If you don't know what a Vocaloid is, think like Hatsune Miku, sort of like that electronic singing voice, which has sort of become commodified in Japan. I should also say this is the last episode of the piano series. This is a series that has gone on for over 100 episodes, I think. Definitely over 100, maybe closer to 200. And yeah, I guess at the end of this episode, I'll say a little bit about how I feel in retrospect. I mean, it's taken me the better part of a year to do it, so um, it's kind of hard to even conceive of it altogether. But yeah, I'll try to do that. And also, this is a new composer on the channel, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about Tanaka, whom I know very little. The score is freely available, I believe, on his website, and for the most part, it is laid out like piano is given a grand staff, and then there's two smaller staves, one for percussion elements and one for the Vocaloid. I don't know how much of the electronics are indicated in those staves, but probably enough to give you a sense of where things stop and start. There's also a moment here where there's a tone cluster in the center of the piano, and I really like the way it looks. You can see that in the Vocaloid part, there's a lot of kanji, um, which I can't read, but that's the text. I think the first things you hear though are in English. So the Vocaloid starts by singing, "We want music from your fingers on the piano." Okay, here is Tanaka's website. Nobuyoshi Tanaka is a Japanese composer born in 1969. Born in Hokkaido, did not learn music through a professional education. Self-taught composer. He publishes his music on the internet. And then two performances of note here. In 2011, Tadashi Maeda premiered his violin piece Genesis of Time in Ecuador. And is that a solo violin piece? I guess it's solo violin. Then also his piece Siren for violin solo was premiered by the same performer, Tadashi, in 2012. He has two other violin pieces, Cygnus and Draco, which were premiered by Daniele Colombo in Italy. And that's all he chooses to say here. If you look at his sheet music, though, there's a ton of other pieces for other instrumentations. Solo piano, solo clarinet, solo violin, some chamber orchestra almost, and a piece for violin and piano, a piece for flute and piano. And then I guess there's this piece too, which I can't really see on his website. Yeah, this is also his website, but it's more focused on his pieces. So here you can find info on and links to recordings of different pieces of his. Let's see, here we have some stuff with electronics, so soprano piano and electronics, flute and electronics, baritone and electronics, violin and electronics, and I'm assuming this is where I grabbed this piece. I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. He has an IMSLP. Concertino is not on here, but we have a bunch of other pieces like those aforementioned solo violin pieces. So who knows? Maybe if I do a solo violin series, I'll actually get into some of these. Recording is in the video description. There's a couple recordings of this piece. One of them I was looking at yesterday has visuals. It's like a multimedia version that the composer prepared himself. But the version I'm sharing is actually gives you more of a sense of like a traditional performance of it. It's just like the pianist and fixed media. So no info here on how to start the fixed media or how any of it works. I'm assuming it's just done with a click track. So yeah, excited to get into this one. Okay. Yeah, this is a great piece to end the series on because it is totally different from everything else we've been listening to. And that's been kind of a theme here. The repertoire for piano is so diverse. It's really crazy. Okay, my thoughts on this piece. Actually, first I want to say Vicky Ray does a great job with this. I actually saw Vicky Ray perform a solo recital at the Splice Institute. I can't remember if it was in 2022 or 2023, but she played some really challenging rep for me as a listener, and she has like impeccable, like really good taste in contemporary music, I think, or at least like taste that is like she has a taste in music that is very personal and strong, and that is very hard to come by with performers. So yeah, I'm a big fan of her playing, and I'm not surprised that she premiered this piece, or at least found it. No, it was the world premiere. Yeah. So she premiered this piece in Los Angeles in 2018, 3 years after it was composed. Yeah, really interesting use of like Vocaloid, obviously, but also electronic drums. I think the I think that Vicky was able to coordinate with it just listening to the electronic part. So that's one of the advantages of having a very percussive part. You can really get the performer to sync up with it. Um, and yeah, it just had this sort of like driving, intense, manic kind of feel to it, which really worked. Um, and the text was not uh, too intrusive. It was like just strange enough to keep you interested, and it was focused on like music making. And I don't like. I'm glad it wasn't trying to harp on any particular idea. It was just kind of like um, effective and atmospheric. I also really like this moment actually where you get the solo voice again after this big introduction, and then you get a single piano line on top of the texture. It's really cool. Um, yeah. Okay. So my thoughts on the piano series. Let me pull up the spreadsheet. So this series was kind of weird because the first 40 episodes or so were almost exclusively piano pieces by Matthew Lee Knowles, this British composer. And I have a ton more scores of his, but a lot of his work isn't very well recorded. So we did about 30 of his, um, and all pieces from like the early 2000, early 2010s and like 2021. Um, that was a interesting exploration. It was like very focused, and it took me a better part of a month just to focus on one composer's output. It was interesting. And then we had a lot of other series like that, right? So a ton of piano pieces by Henry Cowell, for example, Morton Feldman, Sofia Gubaidulina. All of these are scores that I just found online for free, and that I guess in at some point in my doctorate, I just like madly downloaded them all, and then I was faced with having to go through them all in this series. And then I had of course, all of these other random scores that were more modernist. Um, I think it was a pretty good mix, uh, and it was pretty well spread over the past 100 years. Like there was a lot of stuff in every decade. Um, so it kind of worked. A big through line was like this sort of progression from Henry Cowell to his student John Cage to all the composers inspired by John Cage and Morton Feldman, um, including Matthew Lee Knowles, Lawrence Crane. And then another through line, I guess, was like modernist music, but it sort of culminated in all the episodes I did on Stockhausen's Klavierstück. It didn't really carry forward that far into the 21st century. Yeah, I definitely listened to some things that were out of my comfort zone, pushed me a little bit. I feel like a totally different person after doing this, and for the past month, I've been really obsessed with the idea of putting on piano recitals, just because I've been in this piano zone for so long. And there's just such a variety of repertoire, and much of it is not hard to play at all. The other week, I ordered the collected piano pieces of Howard Skempton, and I started exploring those. I don't know if I'll feature them on the channel, but it's just to say that like I'm now like kind of obsessed with finding interesting piano pieces, and that's going to be something that I think I continue to do long after this series. So I'm already forgetting like, oh yeah, I also did all those George Crumb scores, right? Like there's just so much material that I got through, and pieces ranging from like 40 seconds long to 7 hours long. So yeah, I'm like all the other series, I'm gonna upload some compilation videos. I'm gonna have to split this one into 3 videos, I think. The orchestra series I had to split into 2. This one, I think I'm gonna need 3. It might be like it's definitely more than 12 hours of content. So, um, yeah, it's gonna be the biggest thing on this channel ever. Yeah, again, I feel like I've conditioned my brain to listen to all kinds of different styles of music in quick succession. And I've also trained myself to notice things about scores like names and dates. And in general, I think my music literacy has improved from this series.